And we're in. Hello, everyone. That was weird that happened, but hi, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with all of our friends, every one of them, in Unearthed Arcanum.
We're here on time.
Yeah.
Hi.
Every one of them in Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look at your camera. Wave. And please say hi.
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 Hello. Very excited to start tonight. Tonight might be the night. It might be tonight. Who knows? Don't explain.
Yes.
Tonight might be and probably will be it. For those that don't know what I'm saying or more importantly, don't know what this is. Hi, we are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 parties existing, living, and breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world that is currently, right now, called Imea. So if this is your first time joining us, how's it going? How are you? You good?
How are you?
Great.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
Where have you been?
Why haven't you been here until now?
We've missed you. We've never met you. Hi, I'm Joe. All right, enough of that.
Put it in the comments.
Put it in the comments. Yes, very excited to be able to jump into tonight. But as always, beforehand, we do have our announcements. Starting off with the freaking powerhouse that is Humblewood, Silk, and Sunder. We are. I gotta figure out a better way to say this because I keep wanting to say things that makes it sound like don't join this game. Join this game because we are in the back half, and that's where things are getting really, really exciting. We are. Sorry, we are running a game on Saturday nights that is a drop-in, drop-out campaign in the world of Humblewood. If you are unfamiliar with what Humblewood is, it is a D&D setting that is a supplement setting for those who want to just live out their wildest dreams and fantasies of being a little mouse dude or dudette or a rooster. Someone be a rooster.
Naked mole rat?
You could be a naked mole rat.
If I can make it work one of these weekends, I will be a rooster for you, Joe.
Please. I don't even know what they do.
They're
and I should
just
as a DM, but I'll look it up.
Basically.
Yeah, but they're the best. I'll tell you what. I will give you a point of inspiration for the first person that shows up as a Gallus, I think they're called. Anyways, here's your chance to do so. We run that every Saturday for playing this for every Saturday going in to September until the campaign is done. Which, as I said to a couple people earlier this week, this would be the first time as a professional DM on Start Playing that I will be actually finishing a campaign on something, which is interesting and weird and strange. Or you guys will TPK, and then that will be an interesting end to a campaign. I don't know. But yeah, so if you are interested in joining for our Saturday shenanigans, you can do so by going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. If you're watching this on YouTube, it is also in the video description below. For everybody else who is assumedly watching this on Twitch, unless it's being like pirated somewhere else, hey, cool. I'm fine with that. Go for it. Just for this, though, because it's already free. Well, hold on.
Sorry, maybe I shouldn't say that. Don't pirate anything. That's not good.
Everything that's coming out of Jess's mouth is not the opinion.
Opinion of...
It is not. Oh God, no.
He paid me to say
Pirate
that, you
us.
guys, just so you
Pirate
know,
us.
everybody in the world.
It's a long story. Pirate us. Make the shirt. And then eventually we will be like having a monetary sort of thing. And someone will still have that shirt. And I'll be fine with it. It's fine. Yeah. So check that out. Startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. I believe we still have a couple of spots left. At least one for tomorrow night's game. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Check it out. No new news for the fifth campaign that is coming up.
That is a blatant lie. We found out there's another hidden moon. You're just not going to tell people?
There's now 0 moons in Imea. How about that?
Oh God!
How about that?
The
The
time.
oceans
You
are
know
just
what?
still.
I would love to see what happens to a world that has no moons. Like that
As
sounds
it-
like
there-
a great
as of-
campaign.
As because of this, there is now no moons. Good luck, Eldrin and everybody who lives in Honoria.
Also, the crew of the Reckless is going to have some trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry.
What
We're
Sylvie's
going to the
doing.
Feywild, so we don't care.
Yeah, no moons
I mean,
in the
New Moon will
Feywild.
be fine. It's
Does
not like
that-
they
Sorry,
their
my
name after it.
family lives by the sea.
Hey, man, blame
Yourself.
Jess.
Oh, New
Okay,
Moon
that's
has one
fine.
more
Jess.
sorcerer. She'll be
I'm-
fine, I'm sure.
I'm moving.
Like,
I'm moving to the hidden moon theory. So Imea is now hollow, and the moon is actually the inside.
The moon's in the end.
you read my
It's
research paper.
Look what
So
you
happy.
It's a liquid core planet. All right. Well, actually, isn't all right. Come on, we're so off the ADHD rails right now. Anyways, that's what Humblewood's about. What was I talking? Oh no, I was talking about the new campaign. So we are having a new campaign that will be opening hopefully within middle of September. I'm still kind of working out kind of details of setting stuff and things like that. As well as that means that we have a world instead of a country to have to worry about. So therefore I have to change the name of the world. So there'll be some changes with that. So no updates as of yet, but if you are interested in possibly playing, I can tell you that it will be Thursday nights. It will be in the same time and on the same one moon planet as the other campaigns are, but it will be in a different area, different country, if you will. Something that's going to be really exciting. A little bit of a different sort of vibe and setting. I'm very excited about it. If you can't tell. So if you are interested in finding out more information about that, sorry, right now there's not any that's listed, but once we do start releasing that stuff, it will be in that same link below. That's startplaying.game/GM/It's a Long Story, where you'll be able to check it out and sign up if you're interested. Do it when it comes out, not now. Lastly, if you are interested in getting more involved and becoming chummier with your friends, and It's a Long Story, which is what this is, you can do so by going, obviously liking and subscribing where you're watching this right now, whether that's YouTube, Twitch, or the pirating site that you're running this off of, I guess. Or you can go down to our Instagram and TikTok, which is at It's a Long Story _TTRPG, which we have some really cool, fun clips of our favorite moments, some behind the scenes sort of stuff of some recent terrain things. It's super awesome. So check it out, and if you feel inclined to like and subscribe, it does help us out a ton to do so. You certainly don't have to. We'll love you anyways.
It's very demure, very mindful to subscribe.
It's cool. It's hip. It's in.
It is.
But you do you. Sweet. I believe that is it for my announcements. So we will go ahead and before we jump in, we do need to get a recap of where we left off. So I don't know if I'm talking to Dan or if I'm talking to Io, but one of you guys, please take it away.
Yes, so last we left off, Missing and Kara have a tense discussion on the nature of the Thieves Guild, Lahad, the true nature of changelings, and how them being exchanged is essentially how Feywild-based changelings end up in the material plane. Kara tries to find common ground with Missing, though it doesn't appear to work. Yori asks about the Doormouse, which ends up giving both Daphne and Missing intel that the party may have not wanted shared. Missing recognizes Prem, mentioning someone close to her back in Azamari. Yori, he is very glorious, but his name is Yori, not Glory, mentions being in Azamari as well. to which Missing states that they recognize him too. During this conversation, Alistair casts Detect Evil and Good, and a quiet battle of counterspells ensues between Missing, Gwen, and I believe, Missing and Gwen. And then, so Al basically does learn that Missing is indeed Fey with a touch of undead. This offends Missing, so they threaten Al, which in turn causes Kara to toss them a coin, which they return, saying that they would be great allies, but also responding with her own threat. As Daff and Missing leave, Gwen mentions the wild hunt. In the meantime, Kara senses that Missing thought how easy it would be to snap Hadrian's neck in response to that. Hadrian and Kara discuss how much of a failure the meeting was, and try to impress upon Alistair on how much of a faux pas it was for him to cast that spell, as the culture of thieves is to show mutual respect, and that respect was violated. During this time, your boy Io was bathing and sending, first to his mother, who gave him a cryptic warning about what's to come and to be safe, and then to his girl, who left him unsaid. Emotionally overwhelmed, he sinks into the water, drifting off to sleep, and in his sleep sees a big blue eye, and is awoken to a knock. Due to Gerald being concerned about the water that's spilling out of the bathroom. So he pulls Callisto into the bath with him, and a cat receiving a bath situation ensues as Io gets scratched, and he essentially finishes up his bath, gets dressed, and goes to bed. Meanwhile, Gwen casts Secret Chest, reorganizing all of her things, while a drunk Al, drunk on absinthe, has been identifying their haul of magical items and is wearing all of said items when doing so, including the kitten heels. He is greeted by Gwen while he's wearing the kitten heels and the feathered mantle, and they have a brief discussion and they go to bed as well. During this, Prim is stress kicking a tree and kicking herself, metaphorically, for not asking Missing about Adelia. Then, during this time, the Earth Genasi monk, Master Beryl, manifests before Prim through astral projection and catches up with her because she's been in jail for a bit of time and he was wondering why she was missing. They discuss what happens when Prim finds Adelia, and Prim expresses to Beryl that she's concerned about how there might be a chance that Adelia might not love her anymore, and she'll feel like this whole journey for her will be for naught. Beryl offers some words of wisdom in regards to this. The scene then transitions to Kara, Francis, and Hadrian at Brom's bedside. Kara casts Gentle Repose as a precaution in case Brom's life fails. She and Francis share a warm goodbye as Kara and Hadrian have a deep conversation relating to the threat Missing poses, and the risk that Hadrian might be wasting his time waiting for her to come back. And he makes it clear that he intends to wait, and makes it plain that they are best together. Back at the tree, Yori runs into Prim. They talk about Beryl, their time at the fighting pits, the food there within, and find their times don't quite line up. With Prim being there about 5 years ago, whereas Yori was there 6 months ago. Yori then requests a fight with Prim to probably help her process the feelings she's going through and to test out his new toys. He ends up opting to punch a wall instead. Breaking it, he then falls unconscious. Finding himself in the Feywild, he comes upon a 10-foot Sidhe who calls themselves the Rune King. Yori then challenges the Rune King to a bout, to which the Rune King agrees to have with him at some point in the future. Yori then awakens to Prim and Gerald checking on him, and he relays what happened. It suddenly dawns on him that he made a deal with yet another Fae. The session ends with Alistair going to sleep and being greeted by Undalith, who tells him, "It's going great, I promise," in regards to the whole Hothir situation. Did I miss anything or get anything not quite accurate?
Well, first off, thank you, Dan. But yeah, anything we need to add? Say the one thing I would say is that we know from Alistair's situation that there was an odd sort of feeling of like being in a very shallow pool of water.
Yeah, the Mind Palace and the whole mindscape is missing. Not the person, the act.
Right. Cool. All right. Sweet. So, we're going to start from where we left off. So, to recap, Alistair, you are in a place that is not dark. It's pitch black. You feel that you have your cane by your side, and you see Undalith's face as she tells you it's not ready yet. But I'm very excited to show you something. And from there we fade to black. Quinn, what are you up to?
I think that as she's getting ready for bed, she's going to send one last sending, just because as she was going through her things, she remembered one missing journal. So she's going to send to Arya and just say, "Arya, it's Gwen from the library. You've got my book? We're leaving early, so keep it safe for me. And if you ever want to change, Murakaba is hiring."
To be clear, the book is one of the journals, correct?
Yes, and it has everything about Murakaba in it. It was one of her newer ones. It has Murakaba and some about the island and...
Okay, so it wasn't one of the magical journals, it was one of your journals.
Right, her notes that had the stuff that Arya would have been interested in on whatever she saw, which also happened to include information on Murakaba.
Perfect. Awesome. Sweet. Go ahead and roll me a luck roll. I'll give it to you.
Oh.
12. Okay. You hear a response back. Yes, I'm... I have to admit I'm interested, but we'll see where the next couple days takes us. I'll keep it safe. Do you know where to find me? If not, we can meet by the gate, south gate of the Heights. That's it.
Cool. And then she would just go to sleep.
Cool. You got it. Sweet. So we'll move over to Io.
So as Io is getting ready to turn in, I think at some point he probably would have overheard or at least gotten the feeling that one of his friends probably would have tried to reach out to Dr. Kestrel in regards to knowledge about the Feywild, and he would basically just write him a really quick note in the journal saying his journal that links directly to Dr. Kestrel, and say, "Hey, Dr. K, so we're going to be making our way into the Feywild very soon. Is there any kind of advice you can give us here? My big blue beast has also been making an appearance. Please advise."
Do you expand on that?
I'd say I would expand on that. I'd say basically for a while he seemed kind of dormant, but I drifted off to sleep and I think I might have saw his eye. I'm not sure if basically imparting, do you think this thing would have some type of reaction in hopping into the Feywild?
Okay. Go ahead and roll me luck roll.
Alrighty.
To be
20.
clear, you're telling him we're going to the Feywild?
Yes.
Okay.
And I got a 20.
Sweet. You got a nat 20?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. You get a response back. You notice the writing looks jagged. There's I think because it's an instantaneous response, you see like words being written and crossed out. And you see "Don't ever contact me through this again." That's it. Good roll, man.
I love that. In response to that, he shuts his book and he's in contemplation, but he has on his mind one more thing he wants to do, completely unrelated to this. He hasn't let what happened when he tried to send Ereth go. So you're going to see his eyes light up on his arm as he's using sorcery points to do one final sending. And he says, "Hey, babe, no need to respond to this. I understand. I'll do better. I'll message you every moment I can in the Feywilds." And then I think as he's done with that sending, I think he's looking at he goes back to looking at the page and just stares at it for as long as he can until he drifts off to sleep.
Okay. Go ahead and give me one more luck roll.
Okay. 17.
Great. You hear a response as you look at the page. You hear a response from Ereth as you're looking at the page from Dr. Kestrel. Good. Please be safe. Love you.
With that, I think you actually see, okay, a little bit of a smile breaks out, and then he feels like he can at least sleep peacefully.
You got it. Io, you immediately see written on the page in the same sort of like it seems like a little jagged at first, but then you see writing, "Please disregard. I thought I was talking to someone else." Would you like to roll an insight check on that?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
And that is a 22.
Okay. The 22, you see the beginning of the writing is looking very similar to what you saw before, where it said, "Don't ever contact me this way again," or through this again. You see it's like jagged and weird, and then you see all of a sudden there's like a slight pause, and then there's very fanciful writing that I believe we established it before looked a little bit different than the way he originally wrote, but in this case it looks exactly the same as what you had seen since you maybe grew a little suspicious.
All right, I think with that he's going to write another response.
In the book?
Yeah, in the book he's going to write another
Okay.
response. It's like,
You rolled a 22.
I think he's going to say,
Are you sure?
I wasn't going to write anything very much playing coy. What he was going to write is just a simple, okay.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I'm so sorry. In this case, it would have there would have been an answer to your question. Sounds concerning. Come see me as soon as you get back. Don't make any deals.
And then that okay gets added onto it. Okay.
Mhm.
Thanks for the advice.
right.
But one more thing. He would say, and my patron, should I be concerned or just take notes?
That's my concern. If you have time before you go, maybe you and the party stop by Eriskar.
I think he's gonna leave them on red at that point.
Okay. Makes sense. Cool. You got it? All right. Anything else for the evening? Okay. All right. If that is it, we have a long rest as you all spend possibly your last night, at least for a while, on the material plane. As you all sleep, a possibly somewhat restless sleep, at least for some. Dan, we're getting some weird noise from your side. I'm gonna mute you just for a second here. That's like a buzzing. We get to the morning. So, as you all are taking your long rest, I know there's talks about the idea of like you guys possibly trying to wake up before the sunrise. Is that still in effect or no?
Yeah, I think we were hoping to try and go to bed like at 6 or 7, and that way we would be up at 2 or 3 a.m. and try and head and get there as close to the Dormouse, as close to twilight as possible.
Okay, you got it. Is that the group consensus then?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Sweet, awesome. All right, great. So at about we'll say right around 2 is when you guys are able to kind of convene in the foyer. At this point, I would say we don't necessarily have to RP the magic items that are being handed out. But if there's a specific moment you wanted to do, we certainly could. As we are, I'd say Hadrian would probably walk with you to to the Dormouse if Kara was okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There was one thing that I needed to do before we go, which is I need to say goodbye to Fenrir, because I'm not taking him into the Feywild. So, Yori, kind of needs to go up to Hadrian first to talk to Hadrian, because he's going to ask him to ask Hadrian a favor.
Yeah.
So he kind of goes up and he has like a handwritten letter that's actually it's very clearly a page out of a book that's just been torn out and written on. It's like a blank page on one side, so it's not like all letters, but yeah. And yeah, so hey, before we go, can you do me a favor? It shouldn't take you much. It's just I can't take Fenrir in there, and he's kind of been with me since I left, and he has a lot of. He can be hard. I don't really take care of him so much as I kind of just exist with him and live with him, and I'm just gonna be worried about him when I go. There's an old man, and his name is Snorri, and I don't know where he is. He's pretty hard to get a hold of, but I have the letters, and if you it's not in a language that I know, but if you write the name somewhere, he oftentimes finds it. I've left him a couple notes. So I have this letter, and I was hoping you could just maybe write his name somewhere, maybe on the outside of your house or something like that. I'll show you. I have the letters on one paper, and then just give him the letter when you see them, and just tell him it's for me. And I think he'll know what to do from there. Or if you could somehow find him and send him the letter, that's okay too. His name is Snorri. And so that's about it. He's old. And he's like really like he's really old. And he's got a very wizardly look. Anyway, his name's Snorri, and I hope you could find him, but just try do the things, and here's the letter.
And it takes it slowly. And is that... He puts like the envelopes to his lips. He's trying to figure out how to say this. Is there not anyone else you'd feel more comfortable handling this?
I don't know anybody else that can find him. And, well, Fenrir's already here. He might leave, though. I just need somebody. I don't want anybody to take him and put him somewhere where he can't get out. But I don't know how to find. Snorri found me once, but I was kind of running away from where he was and the people there, and so I don't know how to find him. But he did tell me how to leave him a letter if I ever did go somewhere. I guess maybe he knew. Anyway,
well, let's assume that it would take me a bit to find this
Snorri. It's written there, but it's not in a language you can read, so I guess that's not helpful. But yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, he hasn't been necessarily a bad behaving Packle. I'm just not. I don't. If you,
Well,
we don't really
the
have
thing
any
is,
pets. That's
yeah,
not,
he's not
I
so
haven't
much
had any.
a pet as more of like he'll just leave and be gone for like 4 or 5 days sometimes, and he comes back, and we used to play a game where we'd both come back, and I tell him the story of what I was doing, and then I tell the story of what he had done. But I'm not sure if that's exactly. If you'd keep an eye on him, I'd appreciate it, but don't keep him captive.
You're asking me to keep an eye on him, and then saying he's going to be gone for a couple of days and he'll come back.
Well, you have like
how?
resources and stuff, right? Like, I'm sure you have people that could keep an eye on things.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Just 1 second, Hadrian.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to apologize for my earlier behavior. I let my intense curiosity overshadow the situation, and it was entirely unintentional. And I just wanted to also add that I think anyone that is going to take care of a friend of mine's best friend and most prized companion in the world is a good person, and I thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you, Alistair. I appreciate it. It's call it a good step in the right direction. I understand that I have not been put in the best light, and some of that is my own doing. So, thank you.
Of course. Yori, you all set now?
Yeah, thanks. I have to say goodbye to Fenrir first, but sometimes I don't know when someone's agreed to something, so I appreciate you letting me know that was what happened, because sometimes things go on. And thanks, Hadrian. And still try to contact Snorri, but if you look after Fenrir in the meantime, that'd be awesome. And I think you're really handsome and great. Thank you.
Yeah, and you walk away and you see him, like, you hear like sounds coming from his mouth, but they're not words, as he's just looking at like Alistair, who's also walking away. Just and yeah, you walk up to Fenrir. Ow.
Hey. So.
Picks up a ball.
Oh. Wait, is that? I think that's part of the sconce. Whatever, the thing. That's not a. Well, you're fine. Yep. I have to go. For a little while, like I did before. And I know you found me before, and that I'm not sure. I'm going somewhere where you're not going to be able to find me, and but I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back. I just I can't take you there, and so I want you to stay here. Well, you don't have to stay here, but like maybe don't eat at don't cause too much trouble for Hadrian, and also Snorri might come find you, and then he's got a lot of books you like to eat, and I'm sure he missed you, and I'll see you soon, buddy. I gotta go do a thing, and then things are gonna be better.
roll me a strength saving throw. Oh, jeez.
That's at 11.
Cool. You kind of like I think that you do like your whatever you wanted to do, like kind of like say goodbye to him, like
Yeah,
kind of like
I
press,
think-
head to head.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea. Yeah.
You got it. Cool. You and like turn towards the group, and I think like Yori, you kind of are like trying to signify you're ready to go, and maybe like you're like starting to say something, and all of a sudden you just get bulldozed over as you just immediately fall to the ground as Fenrir lays his entire body on you. As the Fenrir is so big comparative to like Yori, you don't see Yori anymore. As Yori's just like, and Fenrir is just like,
We're not playing this. Cat's not trying to find us. We don't have to play this. All right. And I will attempt to lift Fenrir.
yeah, go for it.
Right. Let's see here. All right. That's a 29 athletics check.
Yeah, yep, that'll do it. Absolutely. You managed to, like, with some like stresses as you're doing that, you're lifting Fenrir above your head. At this moment, Hadrian goes over to Kara and goes, "Okay, so I don't know if you heard all of that, but I can't do that."
You have a stables where you keep the horses. Just leave one of the stalls open with hay.
I was told not to stable him. It was.
But don't lock it.
Close the door. Just leave the door open, and he'll come and go. Maybe repair the front door to your house so that he doesn't come back in.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Give me a day. I don't understand. I don't know how to keep a packle.
Well, I believe he's probably pretty I don't have a word for it.
Self-sufficient. Yeah.
Self-sufficient. If you just leave one of the stall doors open with hay and grain and water, I think he'll just roam around the estate.
Oh, right. He's not going to do that. Right?
I'm making no promises.
All right. Well, if I'm dead when you get back, know that Fenrir did it.
Okay.
At this
Yori,
point,
what are
I
you doing
think
now? Yeah.
During the conversation, he had lifted him up, and then he sort of tossed him and jumped with them so that Yori was on the top, sort of like so that Fenrir landed on his back, and Yori's kind of on the top on his stomach, just kind of like hugging him down like that, as if kind of wrestling, but at the same time also just giving him a big hug. And don't kill him. Well, don't kill anybody. Well, you just don't kill anybody good. And try not to headbutt anybody out the window again. Okay, see you. We gotta go. And I jump up and try to just run out the door at that point.
Okay, you got it. I think he gives like that's a 7. Yeah, he gives like a playful sort of like nip at you as you're running away, and then as you get like far enough, he kind of like stops and looks at Hadrian, kind of moseys over to him. Oh, okay. Good tackle. Right, well,
Maybe Asher could look after him.
Oh no. Oh. Okay. It's fine. It's okay, Fenrir, maybe you go over to the other side of the and you see, Hadrian's allergic. But yes, you do get the feeling that even with his allergies and proclivity to not having pets in the house, you're pretty confident that that Finner will be at least safe until Snorri possibly arrives or is found. Anything else in the goodbyes? All right, cool. So, without further ado, so it is morning. Gwen, did you want to contact Ari again to meet her somewhere?
No, my intention with that sending was to just sort of let her know that we were leaving and to keep her book safe while we were gone.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
and
So she's
maybe
hanging
she'll
on to it for the whole time.
Hanging on to it, yeah.
Cool.
She's
Got it.
She's
And
showing
she goes to
character growth,
Morocco.
y'all. And she's gonna go to Morocco because I planted
Maybe.
the seed.
Maybe. Might as well
Coffee
roll for
shop?
it now.
Yes, I did want, if we were heading that way, to stop at the coffee shop and get like a pound of coffee to make,
Coffee?
coffee grounds.
You got it. Go ahead and so I rolled to set the DC of something interesting happening. Gwen, go ahead and roll me a luck check.
I'm gonna roll it on D&D Beyond again because everybody can see it. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't know what'd you get.
I got
never
a
know.
natural 1, Joe.
Ooh.
Cool. Sweet.
I
Well,
failed downwards. I succeeded.
Nat 20 the
downward?
luck check. Might as well get a nat 1. It's fine.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Cool. All right. So as you head out, you go to that same bar, and try to find that same. I believe it was a halfling woman, if I recall.
I believe so. I had her name yesterday, but now I don't anymore.
At the Dewdrop Inn.
Do you drop in?
Yes. I'm getting there.
Sorry, that was actually like 4 months ago that we were there, so.
I have no idea. Okay, that's fine. We'll say just go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okey-doke. Question. I think Gwen is the one who ended up with the scepter of the Harpy Rose. Does this woman have attraction to my perceived gender?
No.
Okay. That's fine, though. That is a 25.
25. Jeez.
I'm good at persuading people.
Yeah, she's okay. That coffee, right?
Yes.
Well, and we do have that. It'd be pretty steep. It's 300 gold.
Got it. We have that, right? Somewhere? Alistair? Okay.
We have like 2,300 gold. Or 23,000 gold. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
so
I
you
know
guys
we
are
have
way
a
more
lot
than
of
that.
Even
gold
after all the
somewhere.
stuff we got? Oh, wow.
We didn't pay for any of that.
Adrian
pay for
bought
any of
all
it.
of that stuff. We didn't pay for any of it.
Yeah.
Well done. 10.
We are sugar babied right now. So.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get 10 uses. We'll say.
Amazing.
And no one do that math of how much drugs need to be and how much coffee. Don't you dare. It's 10 uses, okay?
Uses. I prefer
That's
that.
your definition of drugs.
10 drugs. It's just coffee,
That's-
guys. It's not
Oh,
drugs.
the drugs. I have to go back and make sure I remember exactly what those do. Cool.
Blackroot.
Yes,
Sorry.
Said it
yeah,
was
I think that's what we're
Blackroot.
going with. Yeah.
Great.
Those things.
Great. You guys will be very interesting when you come back. Beautiful. All right, well, things are moving right along here. Sweet. So as you guys handle that, it's a good thing as a bar, because it would definitely be open that time of morning.
I'm assuming we had a quick breakfast too. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, then I can get rid of that exhaustion point.
Yes. Yes.
For the
please
first
do.
time in a year, Gwen is not exhausted.
Beautiful. Love it.
See, tonight was the night. Tonight was the night.
Tonight was the night.
Tonight was the night. Tonight was the night. Beautiful. Cool. So as you guys make your way down from the heights, you guys see it has been a full day since the ships have arrived. And good news, no seeming all-out war or invasion or whatnot. Going out towards the stacks, following the direction of where the address was for meeting the Doormouse. I guess if you're following the ways to be able to get there the safest, or at least what would be assumed to be at this point the safest way, you'd be taking the sharps down to the water. Okay. As you guys are heading down there, all kind of like maybe jam-packed into the carriage, I will say give me a... Wow, okay, got it. Cool, I even give you guys advantage in the idea of you being in the carriage. I'd like everybody give me a perception check.
You guys know how good it feels to finally not be rolling at a disadvantage.
All the viewers are hearing that going, man, this DM is harsh if he's for a year.
To be fair, I think I gave myself both points of exhaustion. So.
I think you did too.
Did.
24.
I don't have to deal with exhaustion. I just keep rolling new characters.
I'm sorry. 22, not 24.
22. Okay.
Perception.
19.
Not 20 for a 25.
26.
Okay.
21.
I got a 19.
Tonight is the night.
Tonight's the
Beautiful. So we will kind of so who rolled a 13?
It's Gwen. That's really
Cool.
high for her. Be proud.
Got it. Sweet. So what we'll do is we'll say for everybody that is watching the sharps as it is going past, we will start with first off, Alistair rolling a nat 20. I'm going to say Alistair sees everything, all these people. But Kara, as you were riding by, you see kind of hanging out in the corner, sort of further inland from the basically like kind of like right where the kind of like main road splits into where it's actually going to be starting to go into the heights, so like just past the abbeys. You see Harper on the corner. She is eyeing the carriage. You get the feeling that she does recognize the carriage.
How far away is she?
Oh, you're passing by her on the street.
She looks okay, right?
She does. She looks fine.
I want to send her a message, but I don't want her to know I'm in the carriage.
Mm-hmm. It's up to you.
I'm gonna roll for it. Why is I messaging her? It was a high one. Okay. I'm just gonna send her a quick message that says, leaving for the Feywild soon, can't talk long. Please keep an eye out for that little girl Alyssa. There are forces moving against her.
Okay. You see her, because you're casting message, right?
Mm-hmm. It's
Cool.
120-foot range, yeah.
Right. But that means you're within 120 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see her kind of like look around. You hear immediate response. Are you around here? She'll be fine. We have a tail. Where are you?
And then the last thing is we're probably pulling out of range very quickly.
Makes sense.
Sorry. I'm not around for long. Hopefully we'll see each other again one day.
Kara, and it cuts out. Beforehand, this is going a little bit out of order, but Alistair, you... No, actually, no. It's 2 in the morning. Yeah. Forgetting about that. Okay. Prim. I think you don't notice any one in particular, but as you're passing by, I think Prim, you see from the area of the Abbeys, you see just a hint of the Garden of Blood, hoping maybe possibly to kind of catch a glimpse of a yellow cloak around there. No luck. As you continue to ride along, eventually you'll also see the sort of high building of the jail with a giant hole in the like kind of like lower sort of floors of it.
I'll tap on Yori when we're passing by and go, I did that.
Beautiful. Sweet. Yori, as you look at the giant hole in the tower, I think there might be a moment where you're like, that's really cool, but I think you're also like kind of like you're thinking about like you're possibly like thinking about Fenrir as well, and like trying to like kind of like gear yourself up from where that's at, and as you're trying to kind of make sense of your emotions in this moment, you're seeing that big gaping hole, and you notice the gleam of dark metal of a guard that is kind of like leaning out of it, possibly trying to kind of help accompany those that are kind of working on fixing it. It reminds you of the metal as you look down at the gauntlets. That's about all you notice.
Are we all in the same carriage at this point, or?
Yeah, I imagine you guys are just kind of crammed into the same carriage.
Cool. Oh, did I tell you all that I like passed out and then I met like a big, I think it was, they're called I met the Rune King, and he owns these gauntlets, and I told him I'd come fight him while we were in the Feywild, just so everybody knows that I gotta go fight him at some point.
The Rune King.
Yeah, the Rune King. They were really cool. Well, they were kind of scary. Well, I think so. They own the gauntlets, I think, and they kind of gave me a challenge. I don't know. The Feywild is always weird, but this was at least pretty clear that they just wanted to fight, and so I told them that I showed them the gloves and punched them with them, and also the gloves are really cool, except the last time I punched it made me pass out, so hopefully the next time that doesn't happen. But Prim was there. I was gonna punch Prim, but it's a good thing I didn't, because it really put a pretty big dent. It wasn't as big as that hole though. That's pretty cool. Yeah. What did you do that with?
Bombs.
Oh, I have. Yeah, I mean, I brought some of that powder stuff, so maybe I can. Do
and
that
then we
to something.
ziplined out.
You made the bomb?
I?
You?
No.
Oh.
That was probably some of Francis's work.
That makes sense. Yori, we can find out more about the Rune King maybe before we go to sleep again, if you want.
Oh, you can do like the story thing.
He sounds important, so maybe.
I think they're not. I mean, so much Feywild stuff. I usually just go with they, but they were kind of in. Yeah. Anyway, they were really big and looked really strong, and yeah, we should find out about them.
Do you think it's
All right.
dangerous using that spell on powerful Fey beings while we're in the Feywild?
One way to find out. I have another spell that maybe can protect me a little bit if we need it.
And she has
well, I mean,
I think everything in the Feywild is going to be dangerous, Kara, so if we need to make calculated risks to find out information before we go running into a situation, I'm willing to take those risks.
Speaking of, little man, you almost sound excited.
I was excited by
never wanted
that
to go
part.
back.
No, I mean, I don't want to go back, but it was at least a nice. It kind of. Everything there is very confusing, but being able to focus on something sometimes is good there. It kind of, you can get pushed towards what you're focusing on, and getting to fight somebody who's really big and also gave me these really cool, I think I'm just gonna start punching stuff. Was cool, but yeah, I mean.
Maybe he could be an ally against everybody else. If he's more neutral, we won't know that until we have more information. It might be worth it.
I'm stronger now, and I have all of you. So I wouldn't go in otherwise, unless,
If you don't want to go, though, you don't have to. I can stay with you if you want to.
Part of me kind of always knew that I would go back. And I think it's something I have to do. I don't think I'll be able to really move forward without doing it. And I don't like the feeling I get when I think about it.
What about Finny?
I think think I'd be more worried about Hadrian.
Yeah, he was sneezing.
He was sneezing an awful lot. I'll look over at Hadrian, who
I am
assuming is
in the carriage. As it just slow pan. I'm fine. I just probably dust from his coat, I imagine.
Yeah, that happens. He sheds a lot. It's not kind of. It's
great.
He's used to a lot hotter places, and so but his fur goes like really fast. So a lot of that's got to go somewhere. It's nice for bedding and stuff. I I wouldn't try to shear, like, you can shear Packle, and we did it with some others, but I don't know if I'd try that with Fenrir. There was one old lady who wanted to do that, and that, well, she turned out fine, I guess. But, yeah. Fenrir goes on his own adventures and does his own thing. I think that's part of, he was never like a pet or familiar. He's just a friend. And I hope I'll see him again, but if I don't, he'll have his own adventures in his own life. And maybe he'll find Snorri again, because I know that Snorri probably misses him, and because they used to hang out, and, Snorri's usually grumpy, so it's hard to tell when he likes something, but, maybe he'll find him. What's this?
Here's a list of ingredients. Adrian, just take it to an apothecary. It should help with your allergies.
Thank you, Alistair. Looks around at like everybody, like never mind. Yuri, the gloves, gauntlets that you said he wanted to, this Rune King wanted to challenge you.
Yeah, he wanted them. He kind of wanted them back, I think, but also like.
Gotcha.
I needed to challenge him to use them, so I'll just have to beat him, and then I'll get to keep using them. But in the meantime, he said I could borrow them. So for now, I'm borrowing them, but eventually, I'll get to keep them.
I mean, okay. So understanding the deals that are made under the table on certain things is one of my skill sets. When you said challenging to a fight, is that to the death, or?
I don't know. Sometimes fights are to the death. Sometimes fights aren't to the death and people die. But if
y'all didn't think to establish this before you made the deal?
Well, I think if you're not going to fight your hardest, then people who want to fight like that don't want to do that. So, usually with the Ildjoten, it'd be more like if you knock somebody out, you wouldn't hit them again once you knocked them out, because they were defeated. So, but sometimes when you knock someone out, or they used a lot more blunt weapons, so there was less stabbing. But if you hit somebody and their head comes off, then they're probably not gonna. That's to the death. But if we're punching, who knows? You have to be.
I was gonna let you finish your statement.
Oh yeah,
before I interjected.
Life and. It seems like a lot of people feel kind of ways about death here and outside once I left the caldera and the cloud giants, and but they had a different view of it, and I don't think it was such a bad thing. It's not like they chased it, but if you don't accept that it's going to happen, especially, for somebody who does so much, if you go out there and you're gonna fight things, then you live with this sort of thing chasing you the whole time. And there's that phrase, if you run, you'll only die tired. So, you just have to accept that happens. And sometimes people really want to fight. I guess I didn't ask.
With Yori saying all of that, Io looks at Prem and is like, Can you relate to that at all, or whatever? However you learned how to do what you do, was there a different philosophy?
I mean, commonly the first step is going to be accepting that death is an inevitable factoid to life. We all die. We can potentially regrow and change, and, you know, dealing with witnessing both being in a place of extreme amounts of death while also suffering large wounds to myself that I thought I was going to die. There's a perspective of making sure that each day is continuing to push forward and living it to whatever fullest extent you can.
You know, I died once. Barely, like for half a second. I don't really know if I'd want to try risking that again, but...
Well, it's a good thing, because no one is going to be dying. You're all going to make it out. This is a very...
That's the plan.
sad conversation to have. Yori, the reason why I was asking is only because if things didn't work out, I was wondering how long I had to look after Fenrir. That's all.
Just while he stays. He'll let you know, because he'll just go when he's ready. Just make sure that he has a place to be, and if you could maybe... Like, in the city, things can be dangerous because people might think he's like an animal that they want to capture or take to somewhere, or you know, with all the people and Azamari and you know.
He's a packle. There's a million. No, he's a very special pack. I mean, he's bigger, I guess, than the others, but...
Yeah, he's bigger, and yeah, well, you know, that's worth something to people, so they try to buy and sell things. I don't know, but I don't expect you to. You're not responsible for his life.
I was half kidding. I was trying to liven it up.
Yuri, anyways, I mean, Hadrian made a promise to you, as you being a fey creature, he promised to watch Fenrir, so surely everything will be fine.
I said everything would be fine. Oh, okay.
Right, we have a deal now, right? I've never done those, but I don't know, and I didn't think I could.
I
mean, I can totally do them, and now
that.
I don't know. Shake on it, see what happens.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Let's see.
No.
Okay, fine. Each their.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait a second. We all made a deal with Kara. Fuck, we couldn't even back out of this even if we wanted to.
I think Kara might have a point. I don't know
it's not
if
just every fae.
And
it's not everything that everybody says. Although the
But
fae,
it's
that's the
there's a lot of
intention behind it.
on in the Feywild. Just assume it's with every fae there.
there's a lot of magic in the Feywild, and it kind of has a mind of its own sometimes, and will enforce, or that I think is part of it. When you're out here, it's a little bit different.
So what you're saying is, don't make deals with either the two of you, or accept food for either the two of you once we cross planes.
It's like, well, I still have sandwiches.
I'm going to be eating Yori sandwiches. I'm just gonna make that clear.
Yeah,
I don't think I've
honestly,
had a sandwich yet.
I think we're screwed.
They're so good.
All right. You might have
mean,
to
it's
remind
about-
me.
It is about time for second breakfast. I'm just saying.
We just ate like 20 minutes ago.
It's 3 a.m.
And it's 3 p.m. somewhere.
So technically it's time for happy hour.
Prim starts like rummaging through her backpack, and then you just hear a bunch of glass bottles like tinging, and she just like starts to pull out bottles. I did raid Hadrian's alcohol. No.
Yeah, you might want to stock back up on bath products too. I also raided a couple of bathrooms.
That's fine. I don't usually. I have other people to worry about that sort of thing.
Crime.
Right.
If there's anything you want us to find in the Feywild for you, Hadrian, I'll keep my eyes open. I still feel kind of bad about your. Well, I feel really bad about your floors. I really wish I could do this, stop this whole water thing.
What's going on with my floors?
So, my patron causes me to essentially leak seawater, and I can't
thought,
stop
okay.
it.
I thought it was. Oh yeah, it wasn't raining outside. Why is there water in here?
You get used to it. And Gwen's just gonna prestidigitation her area away a little bit.
Thanks. Now it's all on me.
Has to go somewhere.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Prim.
I'll tell you what. You can spar with me, and I know that I'm gonna lose, so you can kind of get a little bit of your aggression out, at the very least.
You talking to me?
No, I was talking to Prim in that case.
Oh, okay.
I'm good at the moment. Just, it's water. It'll dry. I just wasn't expecting more water.
You were asking me to keep a lookout for something.
No, Hadrian, I'm saying if you
Just-
want me
no.
to
We'll
keep a
keep
lookout
Kara
for
safe.
you, we'll
Right
keep,
here. This is
Or she'll keep
all
ours
I
safe.
care about in you looking out for.
We'll
With
also
my
keep her
dying
daughter
breath.
safe.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. Yes, of course. Alistair, in this moment, and I'll say, Prim, you notice as well. Actually, yeah, Prim, you've seen this person before. Prim, you notice a familiar individual. Alistair, you notice as well. As you. Oh, come on, man. As you look out now at the docks, first off, first thing you notice is that the ships are still there. But you notice that there's someone else that seems to be looking out at them. Did I take her off here? As you see Daphne. You see the white hair and the blue ears. She seems to be, for the moment, alone.
Just can we just stop for one second? I'm sorry.
Hey, Daphne!
Why? Oh.
Yeah. All right. Stop.
Is
carriage
it
stops.
smart to be stopped out here? It's fine.
Just-
Uh,
One second.
Before you get out,
Yell-
I'm gonna just hand.
Hi,
Are you
Daphne
getting
was
out?
yelled. She didn't hear it.
Before you get out, I just hand Gwen a platinum ring real quick and say, "Put this on, please."
Right.
Daphne!
Gwen will put
Roll
the
the
ring on
dice.
as Yori shouts for Daphne.
As Yori yelled
Yori, it's 3
at
a.m.
3 in the morning. At 3 in the morning, Daphne turns around. Oh. Yes, hello.
Hey, Daphne.
In the carriage.
Can you come over here so we're not yelling?
I'm fine.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry.
You can stay where you are.
Alistair?
Do you want us to
just-
put our hands over our ears, or is it a private conversation?
No, it's not private. I just
Okay.
was.
she's telling you to stay put.
She'll say about 10 feet. You're at this in this moment, but maybe 10, 15 feet away.
Listen, I know this is a weird question, and you didn't answer me last time, but it's important to me. Do you still have the button I gave you?
She just nods.
Hope to see you again someday. I'm sorry. It was entirely my fault. I'm sorry.
Inside the carriage, Hadrian's looking around at you all.
Yeah, Gwen is gonna meet his eyes this time because this is like the third apology in an hour. Like,
Can I do an insight check on Daphne?
Sure.
During that, Prim will just kind of do you know where Missing is? They left.
You can come out and talk to me. You can stay where you are.
Prim will kind of
23 on the insight before anyone gets out of the carriage. 23 on the insight.
Okay. Yeah, Daphne is not happy with Alistair based on the situation that happened the night before. You're not really sure why she's out here, or why she's out here alone, more in particular. She seems to be staring out. It could be the ships, could be just taking a moment alone on the docks. She seems thoughtful, but not aggressive.
Okay. We've known Prim for 24 hours. If she wants to get out and get herself killed, she can.
You got it. Prim will kind of hop out for a second and kind of get over to Daphne. Hey, sorry, Missing mentioned that they had been there at Azumare a couple of years ago. Do you have any connections as well? I mean, I don't. I'm just trying to figure out any extra information that I could know.
That was before I knew them. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I used to come out to the docks all the time, watch the waters, but we're moving, so take care of yourself. Don't have too much fun.
It's weird, you know, I spent the past couple nights coming out here and looking at the water and feeling some odd kinship. I feel peaceful here more than I did at home. Up until recent events, I guess. Sorry, I assume that's why you do it too.
The water is ever changing and calming in the same way. Plus, I was always looking for someone, so there was hope in it as well.
I can't shake the feeling that I'm looking for someone too.
Well, I waited a long time and I still haven't found my person, but I hope maybe you'll find yours soon enough.
I imagine you're the new recruit.
You could say that.
Good luck. You'll need it with them.
That's what I've been gathering, and it has only been a brief time, so There'll be a handful then. Well, I'm already at a disadvantage in that phrasing.
Watch out for the smaller one.
That one packs a wallop for sure, so I'll make sure to keep an eye on all of them.
Alright, well. Best to be getting back.
I mean, why else would Hadrian hire me? And then I'll head over to jump in the cart.
You got it. Cool. Yeah, you head back. Alistair, as you, again, we've kind of mentioned the idea that, like, you can see everything, but we'll say, Io, we'll give you kind of the heads up on this. You notice also looking out at the docks, and we'll say maybe like during this conversation as Prem is going out, Io, you notice this about maybe we'll say like maybe like a second before Alistair does. You notice that sitting out on the dock also seems to be this this kind of like a oblong sort of weird shape in the very, very, very dim light here, kind of like seeming like almost like this like pyramid sort of like look where you can see like there's possibly some like tied up like boat hooks that are kind of like hanging from each side, and there's like strips of planks of wood that are underneath, until you realize that the boat hooks and the planks of wood seem to move as you recognize a figure who is just draped in trash, who is now moving it above, and you see fingers on the dock.
As I live and breathe, Fingy, how you doing?
Gwen is like halfway out of the carriage. This is her favorite little guy.
And he was kind of shouting that at him.
Hello.
Hi.
Fingers, you remember us? It's been like literally a couple days, so there's no way you forgot about us.
There's a big way he could forget about us, but
Yes, you're the non-elf one.
Yes, did
Yeah.
you? Have you been watching Nene?
Always.
Did you happen to see him a couple nights ago? Last night, maybe?
Every time I close my eyes.
Well, he's off on his own adventure now, so you don't have to worry about him anymore.
Right. But I want to leave you
Oh,
with something.
I know.
You
Wish
know.
you do. I just
Mhm.
wanted a
Yeah.
fortitude.
Henry,
You
right?
need to give a description of fingers.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
Hannah.
Yes.
As Prim, as you're seeing Gwen pushing herself out of the carriage quickly to this again, same idea, like to what looks to be like an assortment of like boat materials. You see a halfling man that looks to be maybe hiding his hands at first, and maybe like have his legs kind of like fold underneath him, until you realize that it is a figure that has 2 hooks for hands and 2 peg legs for feet, who is sitting on the dock. And you can see like his eyes are like very sunken in. He seems to be waiting for the sunrise to do his daily ritual, which would be staring at the sun. As Gwen comes up to him, you see he looks terrified at first, and then as Io comes out, seems to like vaguely recognize these figures.
Literally 2 days ago, he was protecting her from Nalani.
Yep.
I'm so glad we get to see you before we take off. You
Where are we
doing okay?
going?
We're going on a trip somewhere far away.
Okay. Is there sun?
Maybe. I
Maybe?
think. Hey, little man. Does it have a son?
Sometimes.
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 Such a good
Sometimes
answer.
it has a son.
Okay. Well, You know, I have to get some of my money out of the bank that I put in.
No, it's okay. We don't need any more people. It's all good. We are set.
We really need you to just stay here and keep an eye out if Nalani comes back and let him know that we're off, but we'll be back.
There's a ghost in the carriage talking to me.
No,
Kara, I assume you're in changeling form, right?
No, yeah, I'm gonna message in his head, and she knows where you live.
Okay, Fig. I gotta go. I gotta go make a deposit.
Okay, take care.
All right. Look out for elves. You see him.
We will definitely do that.
What a strange
I love
little
that
man.
He's so fun. He's so
He's
good.
great. He's great.
10 out of 10, little guy.
He'll outlive all of us.
Yes.
What the hell was that?
That was Fingers. He knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
Very wise.
He was the main
He
one
was-
watching Alani.
Get back in the carriage.
Good job.
Prim will help everybody get back into the carriage and then putting herself in last.
Go. All right, sweet. Yeah, as you as you guys continue on. Cool. There's a moment as you guys kind of clamber back in, as you recognize, like, man, this is interesting. The people that are out here at this time of day, just as we're about to leave forever, almost. Well, as we're
If you
about to
say
leave.
fate, I will burn this carriage down.
The narrator all of a sudden kind of gets something catching in his throat. As you all continue forward into...
I thought it was Hadrian. It's funny.
into the stacks.
He caught a little fender fluff all of a sudden. He just...
Yeah. Yep. Cool. As you pass by the stacks, you see, wondering whether or not you would be passing by. You, of course, are. As you see the burnt remains, there is still a like a base left. The kind of like higher sort of parts of the warehouse are almost pretty much completely gone. You see the roof is kind of caved in on itself, but there's still like kind of a foundation there. The burnt remains of Huxley's warehouse.
All his cabinets are burned. Armoires. What other
He's not coming
crazy
back soon.
robots he had.
Well, perhaps for the best.
How so?
Well, you don't have a single-minded individual going after someone in your party, wanting to kill them.
That we know of.
That's the way.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Birthday
wonder how-
presents. Adrian, you need to get birthday presents. Maeve has
For what?
probably had like, we don't know. She might be older or younger, but she's having at least like a couple birthdays
No, it's
since
fine,
the
don't-
last time.
Yep.
So, you know, it could be, yeah.
Maybe we can pick
she's-
something up at the Dormouses.
Well,
that
we
he'll
don't have to
have
bring her,
lots
but
of
like
little
when we
things.
bring her back, we'll bring her back.
Yeah.
I guess we'll probably bring her back here. I
can-
think, and then
Yeah, I can
when Adrian
handle those
meets her,
things.
then he can have birthday presents for her, and that'd be a nice way to meet somebody.
What
a
is
puppy
she?
too. Definitely a puppy.
No.
Why don't we let
Come
Kara
on,
tell
Kathy, that kind of
us
parent.
what Maeve would like?
That's right. Yeah, you don't have to do that. I just thought, yeah. But we're going to bring her back here, so, you should
No,
get ready.
Yori, I think that's a great idea. I'm just saying maybe don't just immediately assume that there has to be a pet in the house. Kara?
I think she looks. It's not good. She looks pretty upset by the conversation because Maeve was taken on the eve of her birthday. And she just says she wasn't even 3 years old the last time I saw her, so I don't know.
Right. Understood. Well, I'll make sure there's a little bit of everything.
Thank you.
Looks like we're here. As you see you pull up to what looks to be the blankest looking building you've ever seen. There is a singular door that has looks to be made of like cast iron, not cast iron, but like an iron door. You see that the base of it looks very much like all the other factories, where like the base of it has like these like kind of like metal, aluminum surrounding it. No windows on the second floor, and yeah, no distinguishing marks of any kind.
Just before we go in, or as we're getting out of the carriage, Gwen is going to lean in and whisper to Alistair, "Are you feeling all right? You did
I'm
a lot
fine.
of identify rituals last night.
Yeah.
You sure you're fine?"
Yeah, it's just I don't want to admit that I have any superstitions or anything, but I just know that Hadrian seems important to Kara, and Kara seemed upset about last night, so I wanted to make sure that we didn't go into the Feywild with any discord between us. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're good, and I needed to try at least before we left.
She's studying him pretty closely, but isn't going to make more of this right now. Just sort of catalog it, I guess.
I think in this moment there is a mention from Hadrian to ask if everybody could leave the carriage, and to have like Kara kind of stay back just for a second. And Gwen, you didn't hear that because you were kind of just paying attention to this conversation. And I think Alistair, you did, but you're like kind of like just explaining as you go. Gwen, if you don't mind.
Of course. Sorry.
Thank you.
Get out.
So you guys spend a moment out in the almost kind of like a little brisk, a little chilly, but in the carriage it's perfect room temperature. I got you something. I don't know if this will work. I was told it would, as far as different planes of existence. I don't know if time would end up being a factor or not on this, but I thought no matter what, it would be good to Anyways, here, just open it.
She opens it.
You see inside there are two pieces of jewelry. One is I guess technically, one is a pair of cufflinks, and one is a bracelet that looks to have like a rather large kind of oval charm on it. Sorry, not charm. Like a gold like clasp on it. It looks like there's a little opening sort of seal to it. Both on one of the cufflinks and the amulet.
It's beautiful.
Open it. Open inside.
Okay. It will.
As you do so, you see, kind of like wondering, is it like a picture of Hadrian or like a picture of them like together? And it's much simpler than that. It is the view of the ocean from that spot you and Hadrian would stay at all those years ago. So you open the cufflink thing, you see it's the same picture. We should possibly be able to communicate with each other from these, not visually, unfortunately, but just be able to hear your voice. And you mine.
Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you.
Well, seeing as you are leaving, you see him like kind of take the cufflinks out and immediately put them on there. Replaces the ones that he has and kind of puts them in his pocket.
So, I have a question about board, which we didn't make this thing beforehand. It just came to mind.
Yeah.
I have a headcanon that the daggers she carries, like her original daggers, are super old, that like he got them for her when they were just teenagers, right? Can we say he has something that she got him? Like a pocket watch or something that she carries?
Absolutely.
So she's going to take 2 daggers he gave her off and set them on the other bench seat and say, to remind you of me. And she's going to kiss him. And as she kisses him, she wants to pickpocket the watch off of him.
You got it. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check.
That's really good. 26.
26. I will keep them. I will keep one of them by the bedside and one in this. I have a very cool bejeweled one as well on this. So this will be the one that you can see, and this will be the one that you can't see. I feel like it's only proper that I that I give you. Where's the?
And she's just gonna kind of like hold it up and just.
Mm-hmm. You're always the better thief.
Yes. Which is why I left the talking to you.
Well, I guess enough talking for now. I love you.
Yes. I love you too.
Please be safe.
I will try.
And kisses you. And I think there's a moment as you are holding hands as he kisses you, and as you leave, you see him like just kind of like letting your hands slip through his fingers. Take care of her, please, and take care of yourselves. Rather odd turn of events.
Life's funny that way.
Well, I have some people to talk to about that cancelled wedding. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And you see the carriage kind of goes off. The metal door is before you all. What do you guys do?
I think once Gwen is sure that Kara is with us, I will be the first one towards the door.
As soon as
Or
the
unless
doors
Yori
close,
beats me.
I wanted to go up to Gwen real quick and just say, nodding down at the ring,
Yeah.
if we ever get into anything, stay close. Within 60 feet. Would be
All
ideal.
right. Gonna tell me anything more than that, or is it a surprise?
I think it'll be a surprise. You
All right.
you might like it.
Beautiful.
She'll just give her a look and then head inside.
Sweet. Hello.
Before we go in, Io's gonna actually look to Alistair, then look to Prem, and he's gonna be like, "Hey, are both of y'all good? I know a lot's happened in the last day or so, and I know you, looking at Prem, this has probably got to be really kind of weighing on you. Y'all feeling okay?"
He walked in on me naked. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Okay. Also, Al, you're doing great. You're a great guy.
Thank you, Io. Thanks. It means thanks. And Prem, of course, we're good. And then I'll hold out my right hand to shake your right hand. Sorry.
So close. So close. Yes, we're fine.
Oh, no.
DM down. Anyways.
Poor Joe.
We're still alive.
Yeah. So about those 13 moons,
All
And-
of
and
this
the
is
one hidden one in
canon.
the middle of
Everything we
the-
say right now, it must
I
be
know.
canon because we're
it's
live.
true. It's live.
No.
That's how it works.
Hey guys, look up. Do you see that? The moon, there's lots of moons up there. There's 13
Whoa.
of them. Oh, wait, never mind. Didn't see anything.
Oh no.
Never mind. They're back.
Never mind.
They're
Oh,
back.
wow. I've never seen them in quite that formation before.
Hmm.
Oh.
Should be back. Still saying syncing on my screen, but yeah, I heard you're a great guy. That's what I heard.
Oh, and then I held out my right hand to shake Prem's non-existent right hand. And
Yeah. We're fine. The water under the bridge.
sometimes Io and I play games, and if you want to join us, that would be. I don't know if you.
Yeah. We should totally start doing that again, and yeah, be a great little team bonding experience too.
I can try. I'll say that I haven't had a lot of experiences with necessarily games while I've been the last couple of years, so it might be a good break from everything that's going on.
Yeah.
I really do like games, but can we just go in now as she's opening the door?
Yeah, it's, you guys are in the middle of the
Please.
street doing this.
Please.
Yeah, I think Kara would be pushing past. She is a changeling on the streets, and the
Yeah.
only other changeling she knows of is kind of highly wanted.
Yeah.
Right. Love it. Yeah. So we'll say as you, as one by one, you all enter. We see the iron door kind of shuts behind you, and we hear a kind of like passes by, and pull back a little bit. And with that, we're gonna go to our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
Did it.
And we are back. So, as you guys walk in, we hear the of the door behind you, and you notice even in this moment the shift in air. It's hard to say whether it's colder than the brisk air that's outside. It's not drier. It's just different. As you walk in, the walls have a kind of like typical plastered look to them. You see a wooden ceiling, wooden floor. There's a small black runway rug that seems to be going down a long hallway. But every step that you guys take, you get a feeling that there's something just feels off about the air in here. As you move forward, Gwen, you said you were kind of taking the lead. You see at the end of the hallway there is an odd sort of like almost like a shopping window kind of cutout where there is it is completely covered from the opposite side with a thick blackened wooden board. And there's just a single doorway next to it. This hallway feels very stuffed with you all in it.
I think Gwen would just try to open the wooden door.
Okay. It's locked.
She will knock.
As you knock, you hear the sound of something opening, not the wooden door, but the sort of shop window. As you see a hand pull through, and then as if pulling a drape, pulls the sort of illusion of a boarded up window. As you see a figure in front of you. This figure is short, probably about maybe 4.5 feet tall. You see large kind of chewed up looking ears, eyes that are a little bit too big for the head, a kind of a look of being perpetually sort of wet and damp. The figure has this very kind of odd sort of button-esque sort of looking nose, and the eyes, even though they're bigger, they should be also seen to be sunken back in. You see him take out actually, you see him kind of like fuddle with some sort of chain that he's on. You see there are multiple pocket watches that he is pulling out, almost like a janitor's key ring sort of thing. As he opens one of them, right on time. Hello.
I think you might be expecting us.
Yes. I assume everybody is accounted for in the party. Speak now.
Yeah.
You notice he's purposely avoiding eye contact.
We're all here. Io, is Callisto around? She has Houston in her arms.
Yeah. You see Callisto. You're muted, Dan, but you see Callisto is down beside you.
Yeah, he called for him and would have wanted him to crawl up to his shoulder.
Yeah.
Very good. Just one moment, please, just to make sure the payment is in order. You see him kind of like go to a single scroll on his desk. Very good. Well, it is important for you all to know that there is the design around this is made to make sure that all risks are extremely small. There is a approximately 97.8% chance that you all will be able to make it out exactly where you're wanting to be, exactly how you're wanting to be. There are, of course, anomalies in multidimensional travel, as there would be with anything else. It is important for you to understand that if anything were to happen where there was any splicing or missing of limbs, or if one of you or two of you end up becoming one, or one of you end up becoming two, that is unfortunately the magic of science, or the science of magic.
I feel like collectively we sort of look at Alistair when he says one of us becoming two. But yeah.
We don't have to do the math, but if he's charging by the person, I will add 2 more fees to it.
Okay. You don't have the money. Remember, you guys already handled for, so you're
Right.
not really
It's
sure
already
what the
been
tender
paid
is.
for.
Also,
Okay,
yeah, it's
yeah.
more like, should we?
So you could you could approach and should I say something? But
Do you think that's part of the calculations? That's we'll need, like that adds extra weight.
Yeah, I need to declare 2 more people coming with us.
very well. Ethereal or corporeal?
Psychic?
Yes.
I think it's Undulith, isn't it? It's the name. It's not ethereal.
Are
I
you talking
need
about the
a
being inside your head?
apologies. That was I'll make a note to include that in my questioning next time. That shouldn't
sure it's 2 and
play a
not 3?
factor here.
3?
I'm confused. This is a very important thing to get. If we are adding 2 more figures, just to be clear, if they are of a physical presence of any kind, they will make the calculations that I've made a little less exact.
Is it 1
What
or 2
if-
O's?
The question is, the answer to this question,
And Doormouse.
they kind of all share a body.
Yes, that, if that is true of the 2 figures that we are talking about adding, that shouldn't be a problem.
Just
And the O's? Like, is it door
What?
or like Dormouse? Because there's like a story about a dormouse, and that's the thing. Like DORMO.
My name is Ereth. I don't appreciate being called
Oh.
that name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Everyone else called you that. So,
It's quite all right. I tell many people, and whether they choose to say what is not of my control.
it's Ereth?
Yes.
Okay.
Pleasure to meet you, Ereth. I can relate, so...
Looks at Io, and looks around Io, and please stop looking at my ears. Thank you. Any other calculative things that I need to know?
No, I think we are ready for these risks, as small as they may be.
Well, as I said, the concept of small or big is ultimately your perspective, but also I did send a missive to one of you that thank you very much for responding with the height and weight. I assume that is correct.
Yeah, that would be me. Yeah, it's all good.
Understood. As you are the newest part of the calculation, if there is anything to go wrong, there is about a 65% chance that it would be from you.
Huh. Joy.
We could merge and become one person.
Maybe I'd finally get my
Could be
other arm
cool.
back.
Yeah, it'd be like a super version of both of us.
Yori, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
19.
19. All of a sudden, Yori, you're talking and nothing's coming out. It's not something to be laughing at. Apologies, that may have been a little too aggressive. Sorry. See, I
Trust me.
get pulled off you.
It's Nora used to do it sometimes. It's not a big deal.
I think
Alistair
we all
does it without magic.
and I think we all understand the gravity of the situation.
What
Jokes
situation?
aside. Getting there in one piece. Or 8 pieces, as it were.
No matter what the result, again, I want to stress enough that it is the magic of science or the science of magic. It is not exact.
No.
Nobody's gonna blame you.
DM.
Yes.
Having watched him cast a spell and Alistair being able to see magic, do I get a sense of how magical he is?
He made no movement whatsoever to cast that spell. So you saw the magic, but as far as like from your perspective, it looked like it just came from his head. As far as the idea of like how magical he is, it's hard to say. This creature is a humanoid, but for what you can surmise, he may unfortunately be a product of his own experiments. So it's very hard to kind of tell the level of magic of this being, because it's hard to tell any sort of racial things.
I will reach into my vest pocket and pull out just one of the plain buttons that I carry and just hold it out to him without saying anything for him to take.
What is this?
I give them to people that I find interesting and would like to connect with again sometime in the future.
I'm sensing a faint bit of magic on what you're giving me. Please explain.
Just no magic. It's just me. It's important for me to give these to people that I find interesting. You don't have to take it. I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and roll a perception check.
Lost you.
At 20 for 23.
Jesus, man, you're killing it. You see him take out a cloth that you see has magical properties to it, but looks like something that would be like negating magic from something, as he kind of like hands the cloth out to you to drop the button in.
I do.
Very well. I will keep your button for as long as the room lets me. And you see him kind of like waddle back to the back, sort of. It looks like a back room sort of thing, where you see like there's some weird sort of like mechanical sort of pieces. It actually looks like a warehouse behind him, but as you see him walk back through it, and actually, Alistair, you would have caught this before. As you see him walk back to it, you see it itself is also an illusion, as he seems to just disappear, as if walking through a fake background. You hear the sound of like a steady metal creak, as if opening some sort of cage. And he comes back, takes the cloth, and very neatly folds it down. Very well. Any questions before we begin?
Yes, Ereth, I have one. So, a lot of the people in our retinue, we study the arcane. I've seem to remember something in class. Does it behave? What we know, is there a level of unpredictability where we're going?
Are you talking about the process or the destination?
Once we reach the destination, the process of magic, should we anticipate any sort of changes?
As previously stated, magic itself is not an exact science, so considering the other entities that might be following along, even in a psychic manner, 97.7% chance of everything going fine.
Good.
I think
Is that
we're
all?
ready then.
Great. Well, the door to your right. And you hear a lock. You hear the changing of the lock.
We just walked through it.
Oh. Sorry. That is the door to the staircase to where you're going to eventually walk through the important door.
Okay. Gwen will head over to the door.
You got it?
I'll be
Cool.
right behind her.
You guys walk through the door and you get to what feels to be a very dark, cold basement. You see that there is a wooden floor below. You see there are sconces that are on either side of what looks to be a very simple wooden door. The light that's emanating from the walls here seems to be colorless, just giving off a kind of almost ghostly sort of white. There's no other door in this room. However, as you all are kind of like standing there looking at it, Ereth seemed to just appear beside you. All right, well, first things first, just to do a final touch. Could you, you, and points to Gwen. Would you come here for a second?
Yes.
Just need you to bend down slightly.
Okay. I'll do that.
And you see him like take this very like weird sort of it's like a human hand, but with like long extended fingernails at the end that seem to be kind of like stretched into his like the say like the separation of the bones between here and here seem to be kind of stunted and having nails instead, as he moves a lock of your hair behind your ear. Much better.
Okay.
I recommend taking those off for now, pointing to your glasses.
She'll do that and stick them in a pocket. She's got lots of pockets.
Okay. I assume that we have some small pocket dimensional items that are around. I felt a couple of them when you came in.
Yes.
That's quite all right, but to be clear, especially during travel, it's very important to make sure that you do not try to stuff a hat into a hat.
Understood.
In doing so could destroy all of the work that I have done.
You sound like you know from experience.
No, not that. That is basic common magic understanding. I just need to make sure that I say it to everyone. You never want to put any sort of pocket dimension into another pocket dimension. Okay.
I'm sorry, you said during travel. How long will this take?
From my understanding, anywhere between 3 to around 27 seconds.
That long?
Multiples
We
of
are
7.
working on... We're working on slimming that time down, but there is a question of where you're being left and who is going to greet you on the other side.
Right.
Oh boy.
Are there any like arcane symbols around this door, or is it just a door?
It's weird. On this door itself, there is nothing. So there's no markings of any kind whatsoever. In the idea of like any sort of like temporal sort of travel, you know, that's like kind of impossible, kind of a weird sort of thing there. And I'll actually say, Gwen, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. I'm gonna say it's a high DC.
Can I guide her?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That's a 22.
22, you have to assume that that magical runes and markings are going to be have to be on a place that is having any sort of travel. You get the idea that it's not on this side of the door.
Is ready?
All right.
How
Do you
blind
know-
is Gwen without her glasses?
You know, I have never actually decided if they're cosmetic or not, so I think I should roll for it.
Sure, I like it.
All right. 10 and above, she can see totally fine.
I like it.
It's an 8, so no, she's very blind right now.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
I think
Alistair
that's
knows
the one
that.
I wanted.
It's totally the one I wanted.
Alistair knows that, so he will step up and grab your hand so you can walk normally.
Thank you.
I'm gonna-
She stands a little closer than usual.
Beautiful. Great. Anything else before we get this party started?
I have
Yeah.
one thing.
I'll go for it.
Kara, Alistair, Gwyn, and Yori, you all feel like a slight shiver on the back of your neck, and that's it.
For the purposes of how dangerously magical this room is, the DM needs to know what you did.
I was trying to do the psychic whispers just to get all of us on a telepathic link.
Does not work in this room.
That's fine.
Yeah, I had something. Would it be kind of all right if I had altered the Golden Mask of the Harpy Queen's aesthetic a little bit? Like what it looks like in the even just a little bit between when I got it and tuned to it and in like the last night kind of, or could I just change it? Yeah. Maybe with Alistair's help or something like that, could have changed it a little bit. Just this general look.
Depends. I'll need a more specific question.
It's a mask. I was hoping to change the look of the mask to something more suitable to the moment, and Yori using it in this place, which is just a different. It's a bone mask instead.
Gotcha. I hate to give a hard no on here, but I think I need to on that for now. The whole process of actually changing a highly magical item into looking like something else, especially when it's a specific harpy mask, will be like a whole process that would have to go to.
Okay, can I have a different mask then that I just have had made over time that's not a magical mask at all?
Sure.
It's
yeah.
Part of, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You got it. Are you putting that on now?
It's part of like what I'd like to do is I had the letter to Yori was very short, but I'd like to do a sort of thing where it's like as he's kind of pulling out this mask, and he's also taking what's grown out to be a little bit longer hair and tying it back with the strap of red leather.
Nice.
That the letter kind of reads as if it was, him kind of reading it to Snorri, and it's just a little bit of a sort of like, hey, I'm going to it's less than a paragraph. So I was kind of hoping to read that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
This is the letter he wrote. It just says, "Hey, I'm going back. I think I always knew I'd go back there at some point. Like waking up from a dream and finding you're still trapped in a cage. That moment between when you still think you have your power to do anything, you just break free, and then you try to open your wings and they won't move. Anyway, I need you to look after Fenrir. I can't take him there, and he has his own adventures to live. This guy Adrian should be able to show you where he is, or maybe you can just find him like you found me on the ship. I know he misses you, or at least he misses trying to eat all your old books. I think I'm getting better at letters. Gwyn has been teaching me a bit, and I learned some thieves' cant from Kara. I haven't learned what they can't yet, but I think maybe you learn that later. Tell Kat, I think she's going to be a really great Leoskald, and I can't wait to hear her first song. I'm going to go make the story we used to talk about. Also tell her I'm technically still bigger." And that's it. And as he does that, he kind of puts his hair back, ties it up, and he takes this mask that's it's like a faceless bone mask. It looks very fey. It's hard to describe, but there's this sort of like, that like no-eyed fey mask that you see sometimes, that kind of, I don't know, that type of thing, but in bone. And he puts it over his face as he goes in, and gets ready to go in. And it just says, "All right, I'm ready."
You got it. So I think in that scene, we're basically like kind of like hearing that narrative as you're putting the mask on, I think. Right.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Sweet. I like it. All right. Well,
I did want to ask something of the Dormouse. Do you know where we'll be arriving? Could you maybe guesstimate how close to a certain region? If we said, say, how close to the Violet Court we'll be arriving?
That's a purposeful place you'd like to be near.
I look at the group. I know my answer, but I don't know if I don't know theirs.
I mean, you guys chose to do this time of night. I assume everybody was aware of what that
We're
meant.
all on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, close to it for sure.
Great. You're going to be dropped off in a sort of crossroads between the lands that would be deemed Sealy territory and the lands of the Violet Court. The figures that you'll meet are not do not have a place in either camp, but they will surely be able to direct you on your way through the gloaming forest.
Huh? Okay. Just
Freak.
thinking
You
of
are
the
aware of
morning
what your-
as soon as he said that.
Yeah. You are aware of what you're asking.
Yes. I
Free to
think we are.
preserve us. One moment, y'all. I was gonna briefly separate himself from the group, and he's going to levitate in front of him his puzzle box, or he's gonna try to levitate his puzzle box in front of him.
Innate ability, I'll say, yeah, you can do that. It's like specific, like magical sort of stuff you can.
Okay. And then he's essentially going to probably even he's probably even talking louder.
Well, no,
than-
I'm sorry. It would be this. It would be the same thing because we're talking about like innate. Yeah, that was what was the whispers things was. Yeah, so
Okay.
the box does not levitate.
All right. I think noticing he can't levitate it, he literally just picks it up and then he just starts talking to it, like just in person, probably even louder than he intends. And he's like, "Okay, I guess we're doing this. I'm gonna keep my promise. I'm gonna come back. I love you. We'll see each other again." And then he kisses the box, but he's not rejoining the group.
You turn around and see Ereth like right next to you. Something I need to know.
Getting stage fright, cold feet.
Sorry, not concerned about your emotions. You were talking to someone. Is there someone in that box?
No, it's sentimental. It's from someone very important to me. I'm not casting a spell or anything of that nature.
Understood. Okay, all right. Ereth really digs in on this. He goes, behooves me to tell you that if there were any even residual sort of fate design of magic that would make your conversation, whether sentimental or not, to a piece of machinery, it would have even less effect down here than it would anywhere else.
I don't even think he responds.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's like a guy that like full on is like sentimental doesn't make any sense. Like the concept of it, like, and if that even was a magic that he wasn't aware of, it would still not work down here. Yeah. Like, you don't get it, dude. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Still not responding.
And this goes for everyone, if we're going after my daughter, and if that's not something you want to do, I'm not going to ask you to risk your life.
It ain't about risking my life. I already died for the cause. I just want people to come back too. That's all. All right. Let's see this shit through.
It would probably be good to know now, just if there are any prayers of any cleric or paladin or just faithful people here. Same rules apply. Conversations to gods here would be much more difficult to kind of get through, as it does seem to need a certain amount of magic. This is a very call it a magic clean room.
I glance
So
around
there-
to see if Mask is anywhere.
Nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
So if there are prayers that need to be made, that could possibly be heard, you can make them upstairs if you'd like.
Honestly, can we take a minute and do that? Would you feel comfortable saying a couple words for us, Kara? I don't know if Mask really cares about the rest of us at all, but we are in the presence of one of his faithful. Their faithful.
I could. I've never really done anything like that.
Yes, please.
I know
Bless
they
us with the presence of a trickster god.
Right. Sounds like
Okay.
we might need to go upstairs, though. And that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it took me so long to get down the stairs. Do we have to go back? Can I stay here? I'm okay. I don't.
Mask said they'll be with us, and like the Dormouse,
Okay.
Ereth. I'm so bad with names. Ereth.
Ereth.
Eric.
Ereth. Like Ereth said, the connection's a little spotty here, but it should be the door's right there.
Okay. Let's just get it over with.
Hey, sorry, real quick. Open your book.
Which one?
Your friend's book.
Oh. Okay. Why not? And then I think he takes out the Grunlotless book, and he's not even like he's probably a little bit reactionary right now. So yeah, he just takes out Grunlotless book and opens it up.
Okay. Looking at the pages themselves, there's still, there's still like markings there. Like it's still a book. It still says a story. But yeah, you notice that there's no like, you recognize that you're not like specifically, you're not specifically like drawn towards it like you normally are.
Wow. this really is a clean room. It has no power here.
Yeah, I said that.
Are my feet leaking?
No, they're not.
It really has no power here. Okay, well... Okay, yeah, we've wasted enough time. I'm ready, gal. I'm ready, y'all.
Very well. This might seem arbitrary, but I can promise you, based on my experience, it's actually seemingly quite real, calculative-wise. It's best that the door is opened by the one wanting the most to walk through it.
Yori opens the door.
Oh,
Love it. Boy.
Okay, go ahead and roll me. Yori, go ahead and roll me a D20, please.
That's a 19.
Okay, cool. The door, as you go to open the door, there's a moment where you feel the tug of the door, like giving a lot of resistance, similar to like if you were to imagine like air pressure, like things like kind of like pushing against it or pulling against it. As you open it, you all instinctively, as you start to see a beam of bright blue light push around the edges, you all instinctively shield your eyes from it, as Ereth is not seen from this room in this moment. As you open, and you can see, like, as you're having like kind of like look through you see this very bright blue, like ice blue sort of light. You see nothing through it, but all you can do is walk through.
Absolutely, we do.
And all of you follow. As you do, the first thing you guys notice is that everything, all of your senses that are used to feeling things out, to be able to gain a sense of normalcy, being in water, being in air, being in a windy day, having rain hitting your face, warm, arid, dry, all of those things, and the idea of like how your senses would react to them are all firing all at once, as if it is trying to, your body itself is trying to gain a concept of where you are and not finding a place. As you walk through, there is a moment where you are all just walking into an area that is just filled with bright white light, and then it starts to change as you kind of like squint your eyes. You see it goes from that white to a yellow to a green, red, indigo. All these different colors seem to kind of like swirl over and over and over again, as you guys are not only traveling through a specific amount of space, but you're traveling through to a different dimension. As you walk through, you notice that the ceiling, if you could call it that, of this place seems to darken enough to allow you all a moment to be able to kind of open your eyes. As you are staring out, this must be what dimensional travel looks like. Alistair, you've never been able to do this before. You are actually very excited, and I think for a moment as you walk through, you notice there's a thought that kind of crosses your mind as this is what Dr. Karan must have seen. As you see explosive colors, sincerely looking like they're exploding in air. There is no sound except a single deep rumbling note. As you walk, your footsteps echo, but each echo sounds like it's coming from a different sort of dimension of room, where at certain points you hear nothing as you on your footfalls. As you're all walking through, it looks like it's just an extended hallway where you can see there is a massive opening on the other side. No door to be seen. Just an area of light, very much like what's depicted here. I know I want a luck roll from Alistair, but if anything you guys specifically want to do here, you certainly can ask.
Yeah, I think it's very overwhelming for Gwen, just in general, all of the sensations at once. And I think at first she would try to make out like specifics, but eventually, after a moment or eternity, however long it is, just sort of open herself up to the experience in general of crossing dimensional planes, and just open her senses to it all.
You got it. I'm going to say, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Or
you're saying that you're unguarding yourself.
Yeah.
Before you give the answer to that roll, I think seeing all these explosions and all this going on around, and just the visual of it for Alistair especially, he's already holding Gwen's hand. I think he squeezes it tighter, in that way though that you understand when someone's doing it out of fear or excitement. Like he's super excited about like everything he's seeing. So I rolled an 8 on that luck check, and whatever that result means, I think Alistair is also really giving Gwen a flash of genius, and just kind of like trying to get her to like understand how exciting this is for him. So whatever your wisdom save was, add 5 to it.
Well, I rolled a natural 20, so plus 3 is 23, plus 5 is a 28.
Jeez, guys. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Great.
So it was an 8 on the luck roll.
Sweet.
Also, to piggyback off of kind of what Gwen was doing to Io, with all of these sensations beating down on him, it's reacting to like his adaptations and mutations. So a lot of the various ways you've seen his body kind of mutate when casting a spell, they're manifesting themselves. They're not casting spells, but like you're seeing his arm kind of form the bracing vents, or the eyes are just going in like a multicolored technicolor thing. His actual eyes that he sees out of are kind of doing like the mitosis thing that he does when he's peering into someone's mind. And you even see him at times gasping for air, because since he's getting hit with a sensation that will make him feel like he's underwater, sometimes his gills are opening.
Yeah.
And then he's probably trying to just essentially find a normal in this space.
You got it. Sweet. All right. Gwen, we'll handle you in a second. Anything else? There's no question I missed there, right, Io?
No question.
Okay.
Just him trying to essentially center himself and figure out a normal.
Hell yeah. Okay. Alistair, what did you get on your luck roll?
It was an 8.
Got it. Okay. Gwen, as you open yourself to the feeling in this room, there is a I want to be clear on this. There is never a sense of calm or recognition. And that, I do think, even with that nat 20, I do think that freaks you out. Walking through here, you see there are figures that are, as you're kind of like opening yourself up, trying to kind of like be aware of your surroundings, you're noticing to your left and right, you're seeing like lights that are kind of like, or shadows that are moving and growing bigger and smaller. And you're recognizing that some of those shapes actually are very humanoid looking. There's a moment when you actually hear what sounds like a strange whistle sound, but it's loud and it's extended out. It has this weird sort of trail to it, as if it's coming from something going by really fast. You see large, extremely large circular or two like circles that are floating by themselves, and the like just a shadow of them. You get the feeling that they seem to be like they're floating slightly, kind of moving off center. You get the feeling that those are eyes of some creature looking at you. With a nat 20, a thought occurs to you, and looking through from left to right, as you're watching this ever-changing tapestry of color and sensation, you're going into the Feywilds. But right now you're passing what seems to be an interdimensional hallway, we'll call it. There is someone you know that is in another dimension, another plane of existence. Do you look for them?
I think she very deliberately does not and focuses more on the Feywild. Because we need to get to Maeve.
Like it. Cool. Because Alistair rolled an 8.
Of course he did.
Yep.
So, as you guys continue to walk forward, there's the movements of there's the feeling of your steps. Also, like the ground itself, your feeling is shifting from the feeling of like hard concrete to almost like marble floor to sand to dripping water. Every step seems to change, and none of it seems to be visually aware. Till you get in front of the large gateway that at this point is glowing a bright amber. Anything else you guys want to say or do before you walk through?
No, I think the whole time Yori, I didn't describe it, but like the mask as well has just a very, it doesn't have eyes, but it has this very small black slit across, kind of like a visor that you would have like as a kind of a knight's visor a little bit, but just small enough just to kind of see through. And it's just like he's just focusing through that. He's looking through that and kind of it blocks out a lot of other things. And he is just the whole time he's been looking straight, walking straight, just like going forward without trying to be distracted by anything else or have any other thoughts about those things. So as soon as he gets to a door, he will immediately try to open it and go through.
Got it. So there's no door on the other side. It's just that like kind of gateway.
Oh, the
you see
portal.
there
Yeah,
on that.
gateway. So then,
Yep.
he will walk straight through it.
You got it. Cool. Make sure that everybody else, and give it a moment pause to make sure.
Right through, resisting the urge to look back. Like, deliberately resisting it.
Got it.
I'm holding Gwen's hand, so I follow along.
Perfect.
Yeah, Io is very expediently making his way through because this has not been. It's been exciting, but I don't know if I'd call it pleasant experience.
Prim is just focused. She has been trying to get to this for what feels like an eternity and has to walk through eternity once more. And she is focused on the Feywilds and almost a fleeting image of Adelia just kind of in the back of her mind.
Okay. And with that, all members of our party move through to the Feywild. The light seems to shine from the amber into a white, just a bright white colorless light, as there is nothing, as there is a moment that you get the feeling of walking through an open doorway. As you step through, you see forest. I'd like you all to kind of give me a perception check as this moment's happening and you're not really sure what to expect. You've been told to kind of expect the unexpected and everything is going to be topsy-turvy and everything's going to be on its end. But as you stare out, you see somewhat more maybe tropical looking, foreign looking, I guess, in a way, of like the idea of like seeing plants that you don't necessarily recognize, but nothing seems to be upside down or not making any sort of like sense in the physics or anything from where you're at. What'd you guys get?
22 for Io.
7.
24.
24. 7.
I got a nat 20.
Nat 20 as well.
22.
27.
Oh, I see. All right. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Throw my
I
nat
see how
20
it
in the garbage.
You got it.
Gwen's too
cool.
busy fumbling her glasses back on to see anything.
Makes sense. What did Kara get?
A nat 20 for a 23.
Fuck.
Nice.
All right. Cool. Well, that's interesting and fun. Great. So all of you, I think like there's an instinctual sort of thing to have you guys sort of like look back from where you came, and you do see that there is a door to what looks to be like a kind of like a stumped sort of tree trunk. The door itself you can see is like red and is adorned with gold. You see that there's plants that seem to be kind of growing up out of the top of it. But you also see there is a figure that is that for a second kind of befuddles you, as it is staring at you. It has this kind of marsupial sort of look to it, but also seems to have this like weird green beard. With like ears that are on like the wrong sort of side of its face, until you realize that it was looking completely upside down at you as it rights itself up. Those that roll a nat 20 sees this. as you see this figure kind of like comes up and
There's nothing in the box for us.
Mhm.
There was meant to be.
weird. Okay, let's try this again. There's nothing at all.
It's a gray
Nope.
box.
Gray.
I feel
Yep.
like it's different than normal, but it's just gray. Yeah.
Okay.
Strange.
What's in the box?
I feel like
Let
like
me know
when
when it
people
changes.
get on
It's super weird.
Game Changer and they start suspecting everything as like a ploy.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you put
Yeah.
the gray box on there. Oh, it's like, oh, I see. So
I
no,
see.
it's
Definitely
nothing.
not.
It's nothing. It's definitely on there, guys.
Mhm.
You guys see no change, nothing?
Nope.
No.
Nothing.
Still nothing.
I was
Okay.
looking on YouTube to see the stream.
It's gray on there too.
Is it?
Oh, hey.
Oh,
There we are.
there we go.
Oh,
Yeah, we got it
there we
here.
go.
There we go.
Something.
That's the weirdest thing to ever happen.
That's
You
the
see, do you
weirdest thing
see
to
Unearthed
ever
Arcanum?
happen.
Yep,
Well,
you see,
yeah.
okay.
Look, we make it to the Feywilds. Everything is bonkers already.
I'm just,
Hey,
I'm
they
just
could.
saying, like that's a weird thing that
That's a
has
weird
never
bug.
happened
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yet. Cool, awesome. Well, how about now? Do you see the creature now?
Nope.
Nope.
Still see Unearthed Arcanum.
Mhm.
hmm
What in the world?
The little fey creatures have come through to your computer.
Yeah, what deal did you make?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
virus.
A Fey DDoS. Like,
That's so weird. This is not a joke. I have no idea what happened there. Maybe. Let me try
This is
this.
because you keep denying the 13 moons in the hollow center where the 14th
actually-
moon lives.
The only
Mhm.
thing that like makes sense to me right now is the idea that like it also says that this is the 60th picture I've put on here, and maybe it's too many.
Yeah, it could be like a premium
Yeah.
service thing.
Super
Come on,
ultra
EV Mux.
I guess we can.
Stupid
Yep.
train.
Now I see what you guys see. I think.
gotta pay him the buco bucks.
You should go to
Someone
they have
sponsor
live
us so
forums
we can
ev-
have unlimited photos.
like almost every week. I feel like they have a live
Raid
forum where
Shadow
people can just
Legends.
join, talk to the developers, just hop on there and be like, "Hey, look, I have video of it. What's up?"
What
Okay. What do you see now?
You
Unearthed
right.
Arcanum.
Yep.
Is that what you
still
saw
on ours.
before?
Mhm.
It went great.
I
for
was
a
seeing
second.
it. It went great for a second, and then it came back.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. That's what I saw. So let's try this one more time. Still see Unearthed Arcanum?
Correct.
Yes.
Good lord.
Can you get rid of a previous picture and then put a new one on it?
Yeah, that's what I did. Okay,
Oh.
I will. Maybe it's the picture itself. I'll upload a new one.
Of this marsupial creature.
That's upside down.
Yeah.
Green beard, upside down.
What do you guys see now?
Great.
Gray.
Great.
Great.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's the picture. That's some sort of. All right. Well, let's do this. Sorry, this is gonna get super big for a second, but this is the creature. Oh.
Oh.
God.
Well, I
Big
see
God.
it.
Little creatures.
I want 12. He's a little
I
guy.
like seeing it big. Look at him.
Oh, look at him.
Well, he's
Don't
just
trust on
a
it.
little- You will sell our soul.
It
for
probably
2
will
coin
eat our face.
For most of you, and I don't have your character sheet, all your character sheets up, but I'm pretty sure on most of you. I'm going to check one thing here. Okay. Okay, cool. For most of you, you hear this creature as he kind of like writes himself up. You see these like kind of like extended sort of arms as it looks down and goes, Boo. Yori, you hear, oh, hi. Hey, how's it going? Oh my gosh, you guys are here. That's, so this is where, yeah, okay, hi. I'm Bulu.
Yori is like stretching, like limbering up, getting ready for things and looking all around and just like, I think he takes the spear off his back that's wrapped in cloth and just unwraps it and holds it in his new gauntleted hands. He goes, all right, I'm ready. I'm coming. Hi. What was, yes, I'm sorry. Your name was? And he'll speak in that language for him. Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, you
Bulu?
recognize, Yori, that
Yeah.
you're hearing Sylvan.
Yeah, he'll speak it back.
Yeah.
I think Gwen, seeing that they're actually seem to be having a conversation, will attempt to cast tongues on herself.
Yeah, works.
She can.
You
All
guys
right.
are no longer, yeah.
So
Cool.
she can understand them, but she's letting Yori take the lead because his place.
Great. Okay. Well, you're all here. So I think I did everything that I was supposed to do. Are you guys hungry?
No, we're good. Lots of sandwiches here. No need for any food.
Okay. Great. Well, hey, welcome to this.
We sure are. Did you need something?
Oh, yeah. You're all here, right?
Look around. Are we all here?
Looks like you
Seems
guys are all
like
here.
it.
I'm missing my other arm. No, just kidding.
I mean, Prim, you could absolutely do that. I'd be like,
Guys, how many times has Prim done that joke in different situations?
yes.
Yeah. Guys, my arm! Oh, wait, no, it was already gone.
After the bomb explosion.
Yeah.
Okay.
we're all
Yeah.
here.
Great. Another one.
I
Hi.
sometimes I can understand people better.
Oh, well, I'm not people.
What are you?
What are you?
I don't know. It's a good question. Good thoughts. I think I'm people.
Okay.
You're people.
People. Well, I'm Bulu,
You're
and
people.
I need everyone to say I'm all here.
I'm all here.
Why?
It's part of my job.
What's the game?
I don't know. I was just asked on this end to make sure that everyone is all here.
Well, this little guy wants to lead us somewhere. This is in common again. We can say, do you need us to say it in, Gwen, what language are we speaking?
Such a good answer.
Get Sylvan.
Sylvan. Do you need us to say it in Sylvan, or can they say it in their own, or,
I only understood part of what you said.
Oh, yeah, sorry. In Sylvan. do you need us all to say it? Would it be better for you if we all say it in Sylvan? Like, would that be
Yeah.
doing you a solid? Okay.
Yeah.
Can everybody back common? He wants everybody to say this phrase, and I will say the phrase.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
then I guess we go with him somewhere. sometimes you gotta start something to go somewhere, or else we can just wander off. Kara,
Go
I feel
where?
like Sylvan, go with you where?
Where?
Oh, sorry, going back and forth.
Where?
Where are we? Where are we gonna go somewhere with you if we say if we all say we're here? Are we going anywhere? You just
Okay.
here to like? God,
Is it
I hate
far?
this
Maybe
place.
just say it. And see what happens next.
Everybody, Lulu here said you'd be doing him a favor if you said that word all together. So let's say it, and then we'll have done him a favor, and he owes us one.
Fantastic. At the same time?
Okay.
Let's do it at the same time. That's fun.
Okay.
One,
Why are-
two,
why are we
three.
doing this?
Oh, it's
Just
Oh no, he froze.
it's
to get
a
anywhere.
it's a
Hold on.
quest, sort of. Is that what it sounds like? Oh no.
Didn't
Oh,
we,
there you go.
didn't
Sorry
we
about
say
that.
we're not doing favors? Isn't that the number
We're
one
not
thing
doing
we
them.
said? We said
They-
we're starting.
I think we
with
said we're not
favor?
making
No,
deals.
we don't make it so that we owe somebody else. But if they owe us, that's great.
Hey, some of you like kind of started to like say part of it. And I didn't know if that was like but they didn't say the whole thing.
Workshopping it. They needed
As like
some,
he's hearing a totally different
preventing.
language, and like there's like a piece of it that's probably the right thing to say as you're saying that.
Yeah.
Does he not speak common?
I guess not.
Does-
Not that. I mean, I don't think that many. I mean, unless they interact with the interior plane and people, that a lot of the creatures here probably just speak Sylvan, or maybe.
maybe does he speak maybe
Elvish or
Elvish?
something. Yeah.
Elvish? I can speak, and then I'll look at you. Do you understand Elvish?
Ooh, do we need symbols for what language we're speaking?
Oh no. Did Joe freeze?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
And
No, it's a trick.
Ulu just green screened when you tried to speak Elvish to him.
Yeah, sorry. So you speak Elvish, and what do you say?
Do you understand Elvish?
He likes that.
The 16 beat your AC?
Yes, it does.
You got
Blessing of Guardian.
it. Okay.
Because a 16 won't beat my AC.
Okay, you got it. Cool. You see the the random like stick that was like sitting on the top of it because he's on the roof of his own house. Is thrown in your direction. You see as it like just about to go hit you, stops in midair and goes and like flies and tries to hit Kara. I have to re-roll the attack, right?
I have to roll a wisdom save.
Oh, it was a wisdom save. Okay, cool. Yeah, you rolled a 4, so it goes. It goes
So
to
it
try to
it
hit you.
tries to come at me, and then it won't because it's a 16. I'm just
Yep.
gonna look at Alistair and be like, actually, I do speak Elvish. Funny enough. Clearly, your manners are excellent wherever we go.
I don't think that was his fault, Kara. But I'm gonna look at Bulu and just say, sorry, we're new. We're working on it. We mean you no harm.
I don't know what Elvish means, but the last time someone spoke to me in Elvish, they shot a spear at me.
Yeah, they can generally. Well, I don't want to say that. That sounds awful. Sorry.
Hey, don't be hating on the elves. Look, my dad's half elf. Like,
Yeah. Half elf.
What's this one saying?
He was just asking if you understood him. Clearly, you're frozen again.
I don't
What
know
a
if that
great
was
face
just
to be frozen with.
These
Primer
disapproving stares when he freezes.
It's so good. It's
It's,
so
in
good.
character.
It's so good.
Guys, I have no idea what's going on with my internet right now. I apologize.
At the very least, you are freezing in excellent. Yeah, I think you
Excellent.
frozen.
So
but
good.
it's just,
Oh,
yeah,
so
this is
sorry.
great.
I don't know why that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Was that question aimed
Um,
at Prim or Alistair?
Prim, because you were talking to him, right?
I was more. I guess, yeah.
You said don't be mean to the elves. I assume that was directed to Bulu.
No, I think it was
common.
to me because
Gotcha.
I
Okay.
started to say.
Well, the same thing applies. You're using a different language. He has no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said we're here.
Let's do him a favor. What was the saying again, Yori?
It was, what was it? Was it we are here? I am here? Did we have to say we
I am
or
here.
I? I am here. I am here. In Sylvan, it sounds like this. I am here.
All right. On 3.
1, 2, 3.
I am here.
I am here.
here. Kara, I didn't hear you say it.
Yeah, when Io says it, he does not land the pronunciation at all. He says, I am little.
There's somehow just a thick
Crazy,
country
huh?
accent when Prim says it for some reason.
Beautiful.
Kara,
Even though Gwen has tongues on, she's going to try to mimic Yori perfectly.
we don't have to do this. This is, I don't know what, sometimes these games are useful and they help us get somewhere. Sometimes they're not, but it's your daughter. If you wanted to just go off and we'll walk in a direction and try to find where we're going, we could do that. Or we could maybe say the phrase and then see if this leads anywhere and ask some questions.
Didn't Dormouse, like Ereth, didn't he say that there was
That there were
Somebody
people
to
waiting
guide
for
us?
us.
Oh, yeah.
I know that
so-
word.
Did
You call him Dormouse? He doesn't like that.
he
I
likes
said
Ereth?
Is that what that means?
I guess
No, it-
maybe it does. Did
Yeah.
he ask you to make sure we got here safely?
Yeah.
Ereth? You know his name's Ereth.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, he doesn't like... Oh, all right.
Maybe Ereth.
So this is maybe our guide.
Yeah,
He
One of
has
them.
requirements.
it was plural. Our first one. So we're. Everybody.
Did you all say I'm here?
Kara didn't.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I think you muted
Maybe
and then I
muted.
didn't see you speak when it happened. That's why I was just looking at everybody's kind of mouths. That's
Okay,
what
we
I'm
have,
to say.
we have a mic down. Got it. Man, we went into the Feywild and all of our shit started falling apart.
Sure did.
Can you hear
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yes.
Now we can. Yes.
me? Okay. The fuck?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep. We can hear you now.
Amazing. Cool. I'm trying to do 2 things at once, trying to add in the other Speedify connection, but we'll assume unless it does it again. Cool. Oh, okay, great, awesome. Good luck.
That's it.
What? Do you
No.
need help?
Right. Nope.
I got food.
Yori has sandwiches.
We're good on food, thanks.
What's that?
Sandwiches?
Yeah,
It's sort of
sandwiches, and you all hear sandwiches in common.
right.
Because I think in Sylvan, there's no Sylvan word for sandwiches.
Hey, I recognize that word.
Because it's a combination. It's like when you take the chaos of all the different ingredients and things in the world and you put them between 2 pieces of bread and it creates something greater than the sum of its parts. It's kind of like the opposite of just like whatever this Feywild chaotic,
Oh,
Are you,
smorgasbord is.
like a burrito.
Yes, a burrito is a sandwich now.
Burritos in Sylvan. Burritos a word. Sandwich isn't. Welcome to the Feywild, everybody.
While this whole conversation is going on, can Kara fly, straight up, and I want to kind of look around.
Oh,
to
with
see
your
if,
okay.
Like, I can see that. Like, if I can see the, because he said we were gonna arrive at a crossroads, so I want to fly straight up to see if, like, I can see in the distance Violet Court versus Sealy Court. Like, I don't know if it looks like the whole don't go beyond the
Right.
shadow Simba type look. Like, I don't know what it looks
Interesting.
like.
Yeah, beautiful. Cool. Yeah, I think as you fly up, first off, go ahead and describe what it looks like as you fly up for the first time.
I think Kara's kind of watching Yori and Gwen speak in a strange language. And just...
Technically, you can
Just be-
understand Gwen. Just as a note.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because tongues is weird.
Okay, well, regardless, you see, like, it looks like a bunch of black feathers kind of plume out, and she just kind of lifts up in the air, kind of hover. It looks like she's hovering, and she shoots up at 40 feet per. That's her fly speed, 40 feet.
You got it. Cool. Gives you, I mean,
Very Wanda.
Did we know she could fly? Have we seen you fly before?
No, because we just got these couple
She
hours
has
ago.
the ability now, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. So that's a first. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
We can
Okay.
fly now?
You always have been able to fly, Yori. Well,
No.
I forgot
always.
the tongue sort of part means that every time Gwen's been talking,
yeah,
We've all heard it.
yeah.
you all have heard it, including Bulu.
Right.
So Bulu is also hearing it and is like, yeah, that's funny. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Got it.
he's probably very confused.
Yeah.
So I asked if I could guide myself. I don't know if you said I could or not.
Yes.
Doesn't
Yes, you
matter
can.
anyways, because that's another natural 20.
Jesus Christ.
With
Nice.
guidance, I'll just add guidance for the fun of it. 27.
27. Cool. With a 27, you notice that you are at a crossroads sort of area. You don't see like a specific like road crossroads sort of thing, but you notice that like as the path seems to kind of like wind forward into this unknown sort of north area, you see directly west. You notice that there's a difference in how the trees look. Like obviously, first off, as you are now kind of up to the treetops, you are seeing an extended sort of scene as a whole. So there's a lot of stuff to tell you there. So I'll try to kind of keep it simplistic onto what you were looking for. But I'll kind of like add that as we go along, I think. So as you look over to the west, there we go. You notice that some of the trees with their like weird sort of coloration, some of them actually being like pink and blue, start to become like darker sort of versions. You actually notice that like each as you go further and further out, the trees themselves seems to get darker in colorations and then eventually get to a point where they're losing leaves. And that extends out to an extremely far off distance until eventually you see rounded out in the distance is this odd sort of if you were to imagine there's like a point where you actually have to kind of like wipe your eyes. You feel like you're not really seeing everything exactly right as you see what I can only describe to you as a negative of a hill. What you see out of a mountain, what you see is two structures that look to be like in this such a flat black sort of look that it kind of gives the idea that they're not real. They're just like some sort of background sort of thing. And you see like in the opposite, like kind of like in like a chalice sort of like V formation, but in that jagged sort of way of like a mountaintop, you see there is it's still dark, like kind of like a gray, but like a little more of like a natural sort of stone look of what looks to be like I said, it almost is like it's like a mountain, but it's upside down. And it gives you kind of the idea of like almost like this like weird, almost like castle-like vibes. Off to the east, you notice that there is the trees continue to be pink, blue, all these different like sort of like random kind of colors. You notice that there is a waterfall that seems to be going up. That from the distance from where you see that there's nothing that is connecting the land that is coming to the ground. So it's like floating up in the air. But that is a significant distance away and actually kind of further like kind of like northeast. And then an impossibly large white tree that looks to be probably both thousands or hundreds of miles away, but also is so big that it could be like 50 feet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's such a large sort of expanse, impossibly big tree. So I'd say like if you like putting like a distance to it, you would guess that it's like probably up maybe, I don't know, 200 football fields tall. Just massive. With no discernible sort of leaves on it, but not any dead sort of look. It looks like it's like the like light that is gleaming off of it seems to be what it produces. And that is one way to get the DM to try to explain a entire world in 10 sentences. I tried my best.
Alright, she's
You
going
did great.
to facing west, just slowly kind of hover down to the group
Cool.
again.
You got it.
West. We need to go west.
Is west the direction away from the Sealy Court?
Yes, it's the direction of the
Oh, yeah,
Twilight.
yeah. You'd be going the wrong way.
Where do you think we're going?
That's a good point. Where are you going?
We're going away from the Sealy Court. If there's a direction that goes toward that Sealy Court, we are going the direction opposite.
Okay. Well, based on my perspective, you'd be going both the right and the wrong way.
Great. You've been super helpful, Bulu. I think we're going to get on our way now. If you want to come with us, feel free. If you do anything that is, not helpful or that's going to trick us, I have a big spear. So, I'll like you until
Elvish?
I don't. What?
Do you know Elvish?
Nope.
All right, I'm good.
Cool.
I love him.
Where are we going?
Away from here.
West, I think. We're going west.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I would
That's
keep
the
in mind
wrong
that
way.
cardinal directions are not always great.
Well, I can keep flying up and checking.
Oh, yeah, you can fly now. That's pretty cool. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it kind of, I don't know. Do you like it?
I miss it. It's pretty cool.
Did you say you miss it?
Yeah, she used to be able to. When she had
Yori
her
said,
pack.
"Do you like it?" And then Gwen said, "I missed it."
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on with my audio.
Wait, what?
I've never flown before, so it's kind of freeing.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think you notice she's still kind of hovering along the ground, and she is super quiet because it grants an automatic advantage to stealth
Mhm.
if you're flying.
I think it's different for some people. Like, some things seem to be able to just sort of do it effortlessly, and then for a lot of things, like, people always think of flight as like, wow, I could be up in the air, but like for birds, you gotta flap. They flap pretty hard. It's pretty tough. I have to flap a little bit. It's kind of weird. Some of it does it for me because those wings wouldn't lift me otherwise. But anyway, Alistair, aren't you supposed to say something to make me stop at this point? I feel
Yes,
like normally this is where
go.
you cut in.
I mean, you and Gwen, I suppose, are the only ones that can talk with this little thing. So.
Well, I don't know how helpful
All
that
else
is.
we
So
did
maybe
was
we
get
just go west.
Six thrown at us.
So what's really funny is that I think the perception of this figure like standing on top of the roof is like it's hard to kind of gauge. Like it has like a giant head, but you're like, yeah, I'm not really sure how big this thing is. As it kind of like jumps down, you see it's like extended sort of appendages are kind of moving. This is going to be a theme in the Feywild. A lot of the creatures here just have really weirdly long limbs, and this creature is no different. As you see, it's walking. It's about 6 feet tall.
I did have a question about that thing.
That's so much taller than I thought that thing was going to be.
Yep.
Same.
Yep.
Same.
Yep. Yes, Kara, question.
Does Kara look different in her changeling form, being her first time in the Feywilds?
Interesting. I think there's a weird sort of like possible reflection. I mean, honestly, you tell me is my first thing that I would say, unless you want me to tell you.
You can say it.
Cool.
Because I don't know how the Feywilds would change.
Right. I don't think there's a lot of change except for the fact that your skin tone kind of seems to borrow from the figures that you align yourself with. So instead of like looking like a like pale white, you have more of a tannish sort of skin tone to you. The like black hair has like a little bit of like a brown sort of coloration as it's like getting some sort of pigmentation to it. But also I would say like probably from your eyes, I think your eyes are still that same sort of like white with no iris.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
come on this
the
roller
rest of the
coaster
party
with
would
me.
see that. I wouldn't know that, but the rest of the party would see.
Yeah.
So when Yori said, Alistair's this, like normally when you stop me, I'd be like, Yori, I'm just gonna be super honest with you. It has been, it is very taxing to care as much as I have today. So I'm just kind of not gonna talk about that or anything for now. And then I'm gonna take a very deep breath and close my eyes, and then when I reopen them, I know I can see magic.
Mm-hmm.
I want to pull through the staff, knowing that Undulith has been with the Fae before.
Mm-hmm.
And when I open my eyes, I want to know, we've never really talked about it other than like a matrix type vision thing where it's different auras and stuff. Can
Right.
I see in the distance where magic seems to be the strongest, like different pockets of like where magic seems to be emanating?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a level of like having to sunglass your vision a little bit. Yeah. So I think it, but I think like also like using like Undula's help on that, you kind of get the idea of like, okay, now I'm able to sort of see in a space that is going to allow me to differentiate different like sort of shapes, colors, sort of variations. So, you notice as you are leaning, as you guys are kind of like walking up to where that like sort of like crossroads sort of section is going to be, as you look towards your left, there are like, because you guys are also like, you're low to the ground too. So I think there's certain things where like, that once you have a space to be able to see what's ahead of you, you get a better idea. So I think I'll keep that in mind as you're kind of like walking along, if that makes sense. Right now you're seeing like weird like little pockets of like whenever you see like this, whenever you see like some sort of like bug like going by, all of a sudden you see like this like weird like blip of magic kind of coming from it.
Yeah, no, I was hoping imagine that's perfect, that's fine. As we're heading just west blindly, if I could try and sense which way powerful areas would be as far as looking for the Violet Court in and of itself. Where
Yeah. I'll say once you
down
get
the
to
road.
once you get to the crossroads, you'll be able to notice for sure.
I had
Cool.
one more question, Joe.
Yes, please.
Every single other time she's left Hadrian, it's been kind of that slow, withdraw of his influence.
Mhm.
Did crossing the plains do anything that's a sudden hit or lack thereof of it? Or is it still the same kind of normal withdrawal?
I would say it's it's the same feeling of withdrawal, because I think it's the idea of something seeping out of that's so gross the way I said that. You know what I mean? It's
That's
it's
not.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it's a
Steeping.
yeah. Yeah.
You already have one person who seeps things. You don't
Yeah.
There is something about that word.
Do you want another way for me to say it? Because it's not happening tonight. I'm sorry.
No,
That's all I
just
got.
how it is.
Alright.
There's
That's
the
what it is.
brain fog.
Right.
What an episode to have it too. Okay, cool. As you get to as you get closer up towards this area where you see there's there's an X in the ground, and the idea that you can go north, south, east, west. It's not as I want to make sure you guys get the idea. It is not a highway on highway. It's not that clear, but it is that sort of extended sort of windy path. You see upon walking up, you notice that there is a very interesting sort of natural archway of trees that seem to be almost connected to each other here. And on top of it, you see what looks to be when I say imagine a great horned owl, but extend the features. So this owl is extremely it's the extension of the ears going up are so tall that it's about another size of the owl itself. The owl itself being like owl size, only 2 feet tall. As you see it looking in your direction as you guys approach.
Do you speak common?
Do you speak common?
Oh, it's one of these.
Wait.
You
Oh.
seem to know them better than me.
I just have.
Right now, I speak everything.
This is what I dream of a lot.
It's
I don't know
unsettling.
anything.
Do you
It's just innately
Do you
irritating.
you speak
Hi.
everything?
I speak everything right now.
Do you speak Elvish? It means hi.
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 Which way to the Violet Court?
All right, we're just saying. Okay.
just
Just
saying it out
setting
loud,
ground
okay.
rules.
We can't ask
Which
questions.
way
Sometimes when you
to
say,
the
you know what, that's where we want to go, so let's focus on it. Violet Court, please.
Violet Court, please?
Okay, let's
And,
just.
as you pass the test, saying which way to the Violet Court, no answer. Saying Violet Court, please, still gives an idea of that's where you're going.
Good
So,
job, Glory.
As you say that, you notice that the path that looks to go directly west seems to shrink into illusion, as there's now a forest that kind of gets in the way of it, and you see now it is actually going a little bit further northwest. Good job.
All right.
Wait,
Thank
we're
you.
actually going. We're going that way?
Seems so.
Yes.
Oh boy.
What seems so?
We're
What?
going that way.
You hear the owl go, what seems so?
Don't ask questions.
Okay, I might like hang out for a bit, and then if things get dark, Nope.
Understood.
You do you, Bulu.
You do you.
Nice. I do me? I do I? I do I?
I think you're a person.
I do
I
I?
think so too.
I'm a person. All right, let's go. And you guys walk in through the path. As you do so, Alistair, you have the this natural sense of sensing magic. I would like you to roll me a I'll let you roll me an Arcana check with advantage here.
$31.
31. Cool. Awesome. As you see, the trees immediately start to kind of like hide most of this, but looking through the branches here, you see something that even I think like as you look in that direction, like looking fairly up, there's a moment where like the shades have to like go to another sort of level, as there is a deep purple sort of magic that looks to be going. It is a little bit to the west of where you're going, because you guys are going northwest, but the path is going to be most likely, you assume, winding around. You get the feeling that you're going the right direction. But more importantly, you notice that you're being followed by something extremely green. It is small. It's about maybe a foot tall. Probably even less, depending on like the idea that like you see the light surrounding this thing, it's emitting the magic around it. And I'm sorry, I said green light. Actually, I would say it's actually more of like a golden light. It is. I'll say like in this concept that you guys have been like walking probably about a couple minutes in that direction.
Yori, could you ask your friend if he knows who's following us and why?
Do you know who's following us?
I am.
Is there anybody else following us that you know of besides just anybody who's not in the immediate 30-foot area that's following us?
Oh.
That's what is it, about 64 potatoes.
64 potatoes. No? He rolled a 4 in his perception check.
Okay, so he doesn't seem to know anything.
There's something small following us. It's magical.
How small?
Maybe it's about 2 potatoes.
Oh, you
Can
know
we
the
all
Sylvan
hear
word for
this?
potatoes.
Do potatoes also, like, I feel like especially in the Feywild, potatoes are also it is the height and the weight. Like it's the same, how much does it weigh? 5 potatoes. How much does it, how big is it? 2 potatoes.
Amazing.
There's at least a section of the Feywild that is all.
Yeah.
Potatoes.
It's potatoes.
This is where, they use the potato system here.
It's funny fact sort of thing. Feywild potatoes, just like material plane potatoes, same thing.
Yes.
Potatoes may be the one constant across planes. We'll have to go to
They're
at least
core.
one more to get one
Possible.
more data point.
It's
It
very
could also
possible.
Taste some astral potatoes.
Potatoes are from the Feywild and came over at some point and just spotted everywhere.
Yes.
I love that. I mean,
That was the ultimate Fey trick. They plant potatoes
right.
in every dimension.
Kiki, try again. I thought I heard you for a second.
Okay, yeah, because I asked if
Yep.
you could all hear this conversation.
Now I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, I think definitely all of the
Yes.
English part of it. Anything that came from Bulu is not understood by anyone besides Gwyn and Yori.
I'm just gonna go. Neve, are you there?
On your shoulder is Neve.
Hi. I think we have a little stalker. Do you want to go hunt our stalker?
Looks at Alistair and can't help herself as she just looks at, goes, and you see a big bubble kind of come up and like pop right in your face.
I
Well.
forgot she was from here.
Could I get a description?
Yeah.
Neve is, I don't know why my slides aren't working. Do I have a picture of Neve? Let me check that.
Is it
We do.
Neve is a white, picture Ninetales and then make it much smaller. That's what Neve is.
While
And
Neve
she has
punches
bells on
off,
her neck, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
she
And
has
she has a
collar with
silver bell and a deep red collar. So yeah, you hear
so
that
she's
bell.
just like, do you want to go hunting, Neve? Hunt our stalker?
No. This goes, and like as it jumps off your shoulder, it poofs. We'll see how Neve does. Actually, if you want to roll for Neve,
Sure.
give me a just give me a d20 roll.
That's not bad. 18.
Oh, guys, holy crap! Stop using the weighted die. I also rolled pretty good, but not 18.
These dice are arcane alloy, so you can thank Brandon for the weighted dice.
That's why
nice. Those are
Brandon
really nice.
stopped loading the dice for the campaigns.
don't do that, Brandon.
Just kidding. Arcane alloy dice.
They're very
Famously
good.
not loaded. Cool. Sweet. Yeah, as you this is great. I love this so far. You guys as you see Neve about maybe 10 seconds later, Alistair, as you see it goes right to that area where that glowing gold is. You see and now appears on your shoulder, and you have to like kind of like shield your eyes for a second and like kind of like turn off the magic thing for a second.
Why are you here?
I called her.
And just drop something in your lap. Alistair, what is in your lap? I didn't have a picture ready for you yet, but what is in your lap? Picture a frog. Take any sort of like snout sort of function to it out and away. Imagine that it has like two elongated sort of like what looks like ears, but kind of like are just like drooping sort of like skin that kind of comes back behind it. Almost like horns that have like lost all the air out of it, I guess. As it is like leaning back against it, you see this like little chubby body. It seems to like stand up on 2 feet, and it is about 6 inches tall. Its eyes are very like frog-like, like bugging out like this.
So cute.
It just looks up at you. Oh, okay.
Good girl, Neve.
I think Gwen goes over to try to like look at it closer.
Beautiful. Yeah, looks over you. Oh. Oh. You see Bulu go, oh, wow, that's lucky.
Lucky?
What's he saying?
It's Lucky. Is that
What? Yeah, it's lucky.
his name?
What were you
or...
saying? Oh, I don't know what his name is.
Okay. You have a lucky creature.
Does he know what it's called?
It's Lucky.
Okay. Why is this lucky?
My friend wants to know why it's lucky.
Oh, well, it's green. It's green.
It's
by the way.
green.
Now, when it turns red, that's when you're in trouble.
We gotta watch out for when it turns red.
Because then it's unlucky.
What was the last thing he just said? What
when it's
happens
red,
when it turns
it's
red?
unlucky.
I look
Sorry, I
between
forgot you didn't
Prim
understand
and
for a
Gwen.
minute.
Yeah, you look back and forth as there's even less conversation that the rest of you guys are understanding.
I just hear like green is lucky and red is unlucky, so I'm looking between Prim and Gwen, our green and
Yeah.
our red player.
Yep. Yep.
Look, I always knew I was lucky. That's fine.
I don't really believe in luck, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
Does it need air to breathe?
I'm
Or-
afraid to ask why. Why?
Well, I mean, I'm not just gonna carry this thing around all day, so. I just put it-
I'll hold my hand out for it.
No, I mean it. Neve brought him to me, so I just
Does it need
I can
air
just
to
put him in the
breathe?
bag of
We're not
holding.
putting it in the bag of holding. It's a creature.
Well, it's just
Is there no air in there? I thought there was air in there.
There's a little air in there, but not a lot.
not a lot.
Not to mention, would any of y'all want to be put in a bag?
Depends how big the bag
Doesn't
was.
seem very lucky to put it in a bag.
Is
Guess
the
if I
air
could
in
get
where?
I'll just point to Alistair's bag.
I thought
Oh.
you don't speak common. Oh wait,
No,
I didn't say
Gwen's-
that
I don't think I know her name's Gwen, but no.
oh right.
Unlucky. Said pointing to Gwen.
Tongues.
That's not.
Tongues.
No. Retcon.
She would not care. It'd be fine.
Well, it just further confuses something that doesn't need to be like it's already confusing enough.
Okay, I
Just put it on your
Just thinking
shoulder,
of-
Alistair. And then when it wants to go, it can go.
I'll hold it up to Neve. Does she like it? Is she like repulsed by it? No? Okay, cool.
How is Houston and Callisto doing in this
Yeah,
glade?
I was literally I was looking at Callisto and he's like, weird question. Don't be offended. Can you communicate with the little green frog thing?
Oh, I can try.
Please.
And I would like you to roll me a 50-50 d20 check, please. 11 or higher, it's good. 10 or lower is bad.
Okay. Oh, cocked. 10.
Cool. With a 10, you see Callisto kind of like look at the creature for an extended amount of time, and you see the creature that is currently green just goes, oh, and you see it immediately turns to red. As it turns to red, Yori, you get pooped on from passing bird.
the hands. Oh, just from, not from it. It doesn't
From like a passing
shoot
bird, yeah,
at
like
me.
just
It's
yep. No, just from the ground, or from the ground. No, from the air.
It's a Feywild, y'all.
Yeah. You like step on like a dirt that actually ends up being a creature. Just like shoots. No. No. Just yeah.
It's a jumping
think I
bird burrows
understand
through
now.
the ground, jumps over
Wow.
his foot, takes a poop, and keeps burrowing.
He takes up his flint and strikes it against his armor and casts prestidigitation and burns the poop up.
Amazing.
That. Oh.
I
Okay,
take it that didn't go well. Whatever happened just then?
Callisto, whatever you said to him. Oh, that boy
I
mad.
tried to explain to the creature in a vision that I assumed it would understand that if it didn't tell us its name, it would suffer an untimely demise. Is that not What did you want me to say?
You could have started.
Also,
with
this
hello.
creature has blue fur. Are we going to address that?
Man, you got blue. You got blue skin.
But it's not fur. Plenty of creatures on the material. Oh, right.
Yeah, we ain't in Imea no more.
Hulu, I've talked to the group about this, but we just kind of watch when this happens. Sometimes people stop and they'll just either be kind of
Okay.
just staring off in the distance for a while, or sometimes they'll just talk but you don't hear the other side, and it's just a thing that happens. There's a lot of voices in heads, and if you're going to be a member of this group, you gotta be ready for it. It's got to be welcome aboard.
Am I?
You are I. Is this any of this helping? Are we still? I assume we're still. Are
Let's
we
just
still
keep
walking?
talking.
I
Yes,
guess.
let's-
I guess while we're waiting, are you? I assume you're gonna want to contact your tribe. Talking to Yori.
This is my tribe.
Oh. None of them are fairies.
Yep, none of us are fairies.
Wait. Okay. The creature that is just saying oog says oog and is still red.
Yori seems to be really getting along with this new guy.
I'm gonna write a message in the notebook that says, while we're here, if it's okay, would you, if you're gonna say it out loud, call me either Smar, Kanaz, any combination of those two words. It's an old name, but I'd rather not use Yori here. If everybody forgets, obviously it's above board. It's a pain to try to call somebody a different name the whole time, and
Boy, do I
not,
know.
no,
We
it
see-
is not a pain. It's not a
Looking
pain
at
at
you
all.
guys
It's
this
been
whole time.
it's been a pleasure.
We see 5 creatures all of a sudden taking out a book all at the same time. Oh, okay. We're all just doing some light reading
Sorry,
while
Brim.
we're walking.
Here.
Yeah, Prim does
show
not have a
Prim the
book at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah.
There you
Why
go.
are y'all
Yeah.
pulling out books? What the?
It's just we could talk that way, and I just had something to write down. That's all.
Why would? I mean, okay, that's an idea. I get. Sure.
It's
What
if
about-
we had another Nalani had the other one, so
I mean,
we can share.
Best I can do is psychic link with 4 of us. That's all.
Probably
I got.
quicker. Yeah, the books will work long distance, and well, I mean,
Mine go. I think we tested it. It goes up to about a mile.
well, that's yeah.
What,
Cool.
Why are you talking differently now?
Oh, yeah, no, sorry.
What's being said?
They're just discussing communication difficulties. We didn't get her a book before we left.
So
What is
when
oh, keep saying.
when I was in Dare's Wharf, I put on the accent that I had because they were looking for me, and I assumed that they had the accent aspect part down when they were like hunting for me. But now that we're not there, I just went back to my normal accent.
Like it.
So, when I said that you talked really fancy for a half orc, it was kind of right.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Okay.
You don't have to tell him when he's right.
I mean, at this point, I might as well.
You don't have to tell him.
Thank you,
What does he keep
Bulu.
saying?
Nothing.
Well,
and this
clearly
continues
he
on
said-
for a long time.
Hey,
We did get distracted. How is Houston doing? She would have let him down to explore a little bit, but I imagine
What is Houston looking like right now?
he is his cat form, but with the wings. Still the two
Cool.
tails, 3 eyes.
it's a weird looking cat.
Extremely distracted as Neve leaps from Alistair's shoulders to like kind of like encircle Houston as Houston's trying to like get their bearings, and they're just like full on like play fighting.
Love it.
To the point that like Neve's the aggressor, and then Houston is like looking like I'm not into it, but it's you get the idea.
Yeah.
Pets.
Pets.
So
right,
seeming to
so-
be okay, but distracted is
Okay.
what I rolled.
She wasn't quite sure how a fiendish familiar does in the Feywild. So,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it might play a part later on,
Yeah.
but
Can I do
Okay.
one thing? And it might have no impact because we're probably still way too far away for it to do anything. But
Sure.
as we walk, Kara's gonna pull out the kidnapping letter that we're assuming it was maybe a Muir that wrote it, as well as a Muir's letter. So we've got both letters to double tap it. And as we're walking, she's just using her senses to try and kind of find that fingerprint of emotions in a radius around them. Hopefully it's not
Okay.
yet, but
Okay.
passively that's what she's doing.
nothing is currently coming.
No.
I think both him and Clinton froze.
I think they both did.
No,
Wait,
Clint's
no,
still
he's
moving.
just
Oh,
you're
Clint's
so
moving.
still
Very
sometimes.
still.
You're so still. It's
So
like you
weird.
disappear.
Sometimes he forgets he's supposed to be pretending to be human.
Mhm.
Straight up
Just
dragged
like
out
shut
of
very
there.
down.
still.
I will fix this. As you guys are, yeah, so nothing is coming up right now. I don't know if you heard me say that, but as you guys are kind of like walking, say for like probably about a solid hour, about every 30 minutes, or every 30 minutes, so halfway through, you do hear Beluga. Are we gonna eat soon?
If it's been an hour, Gwen can no longer understand him. I wish
So this is
that
half
was
hour,
longer.
technically.
okay.
So yeah,
Cool.
we're gonna eat soon.
Are people hungry?
Why would we be hungry? It's been like 2 hours since we ate.
It's time to eat.
You can eat.
Hulu, what's your obsession with eating? Do you need food right now? You can eat on the way. You can stop right now. You could do like.
Okay.
We're not going to eat any food you offer us. Just be flat out clear right now.
Okay. What do we have?
Well, you can have a sandwich if you want it.
Okay. Put it on the ground.
But can I put it like on maybe a little like a cloth or something for you? You want me to put it on the ground?
Do you own the cloth?
I
No, you can just
I-
put it on the ground.
have it.
Do you own the ground?
God, I hope not.
I get real close to him for a 3-foot tall fairy.
Yeah, you look
You know what?
straight up.
Fuck it.
Or you fly up.
I will fly up, which is weird since I just told him I'm not a fairy. Obviously, I am. But yeah, the cloak kind of like flies to the side as the wings come up, and I just fly up to his face and go, "If you fuck with us, I will punch you with my gauntlets. Would you like a sandwich?"
Are you sure you're not a fairy?
I'm a giant.
Oh, roll me an intimidation check.
15.
Okay, just don't curse me. Yori, with that, you get the idea of like you putting the sandwich on the ground means that you're just putting it on the ground. You're not offering it to him. So as much as you're afraid of him making a deal, he's afraid of you making a deal.
I see.
But you surpass all that. He's terrified.
yeah,
all right, don't curse me.
Yeah, you can have one of sandwiches that you like. You know what? You can have one of my sandwiches. Here, it's fine. Here's a sandwich. It's mostly just meat.
Looks at Gwen. Am I okay?
You're okay.
Okay, cool. Eats the sandwich.
This is when Yori becomes our GG.
Throws it. It still is aimed at Alistair for some reason. Ricochets off.
That only lasts 10 minutes. It's gone.
It's gone. Cool. Alistair, you get hit with a sandwich. Unless we're pretending that didn't happen.
No, I think he did it. I think he's having some fun.
What is going on?
It's all right, Alistair.
Why does he look so scared? What are you guys doing to the thing?
Yeah.
He wanted a sandwich, and I gave him a sandwich.
Did we check for like allergies? Because like
I think there's a little bit of pranksterness going on right now.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
Thing's thrown something at me, and I would like to know why.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys. It's a lot like Io and Callisto, but there's two of you doing it now.
He rolled a nat 1 against your intimidation check. So when you laugh, he threw the sandwich and ran into the forest.
Well,
You're welcome back anytime, Bulu.
You can still eat that sandwich if you want.
The sandwich is on Alistair's face.
It's mostly just.
Gwen's gonna prestidigitation and mage hand the sandwich back together and leave it like at the side of the path
on the ground.
Bulu.
Can I tickle the little guy on my shoulder? Will he turn green again?
Give it a shot.
Okay.
What do I want you to roll for this?
Persuasion.
First off, I'm going to give you advantage on whatever I'm giving you because you actually did it. Wait, is he really there? Okay, just in case. I will give you either persuasion or animal handling. This creature is not technically an animal, but is definitely the intelligence of.
All right. 19.
19? Yeah, turns green. Oh.
He's so cute.
I think I fixed it. I don't want to have to do that very often. So if we could make sure he stays green, that would be great, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a cute little one on you.
Yeah. Well, our time here is very interesting. Definitely.
We need clues.
We're walking. We've been walking this whole
We know where
time.
we're going, yeah.
Yep.
We scared our guide by offering him a sandwich somehow.
We're doing
Yuri,
great.
that was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
It might have been a bit much. I just, I don't trust anything here. And there's probably things here that are nice, but also, things can act really nice and then not be nice. So I trust all of you. And I trust that whatever that green thing is on Alistair's shoulder.
I think we might also need to watch out that we don't make somebody who's really nice not be nice. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be delicate balance.
Okay, but serious question.
That was pretty funny.
I did get
serious question.
Mm-hmm.
In this plane, are sandwiches like some kind of doomsday weapon?
No, it's about food.
Oh yeah.
If you offer, it's food is weird. It's like an invitation, a guest thing. There's a lot of guest things, and yeah. So if you eat somebody else's food, sometimes that can be a kind of, it's like a kind of contract that you made, but it's weird. And I think he thought that's what I was doing. And then I decided it would be funny if I laughed when he ate it, and then he took it seriously and ran away. But I was also worried he was gonna, He was very cryptic, but maybe he was just confused.
I think both
Yori,
can be
as
true.
I would like you to roll me an insight check on yourself, I think.
Sure. 19.
Nice. As you explain your actions, there's a moment where you recognize especially when you said he was being very cryptic, or maybe he just wasn't understanding. You recognize that Yori, you're a lot of things that kind of represent the Fae, but you've never really been a trickster. And you wonder, am I leaning a little too hard into my environment here? Is there something that is possibly connecting my personality to this place, or vice versa? And as you wonder that, you hear a very loud "Look," and Alistair, you kind of it scares you, and I think you stop for a second. As you see Oog, who does have tiny arms. He doesn't have any hands, but he has tiny arms. Just kind of points down. And as he points down, you notice that there is a trail of blood, almost looking like it is coming from your foot. But as you move your foot, you see that it's almost in the perfect placement where the blood, you did not touch any of it. As you see it extending deep into the forest, and as you guys as you all kind of stop, maybe when Alistair stops, you see that it seems to eventually kind of connect into the path. That is this deep red blood that seems to extend out as far as you can see. And it might feel like a weird place to stop, but with that, we're going to end tonight's session. So we'll call you guys. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.